morning. So give yourselves a round of applause for finding your way to this space. We are about to kick it off, and we're going to start it with a poem from Michaela Bell, who is a student at University of San Francisco. Michaela, are you ready? Give it up for Michaela. Encourage her.
You guys hear me? Okay. So before I start the poem, I want to say that I took a lot of inspiration from Frederick Douglass, What is a Slave to the 4th of July, as well as Still I Rise by Maya Angelou. So if you hear those referenced, yeah. One had chosen to take the stand and unmask the true hate for one race. Now it seems that all the white people want to taste. I didn't mean to kill that black man. It was an honest mistake. But that's not exactly what your subconscious would say. It says, nonetheless, that life is not valuable enough for me to accept the time that I may be facing. See, you're born into your fancy paychecks and your American dream, while we're born into a cycle of debt and left out of everything. So let me ask you, since when did the color of a man's skin become a warrant to strip his dignity from him? I said, since when did the color of a man's skin become a warrant to strip his dignity from him? And how is it that a pure soul doesn't stand out as divine in a world only capable of sin? Tell me, how is it that the texture of a woman's hair automatically earns her a lower income than Miss Claire? See, I'd love to sit and have this talk, but it seems that nobody's prepared. They don't want to talk about what is or what isn't fair, with no doubt that the racism is obviously there. They rather act oblivious, completely unaware. Because a human being's skin color makes the police all the more scared. So we're wiped off this earth like our life has a price tag. But no, they're willing to steal, because they know they'll get a slap on the wrist so soft, it's nothing they can feel. Anyways, I'd like to point us in a new direction. But what's a new direction worth when the protection of black lives still remains undetected, neglected, unaccepted? It's nothing short of unacceptable. And then it makes you wonder what kind of country you're really fighting for. We are the grandchildren of the slaves you failed to kill. Despite their tedious attempts to bring us down, we continue to build. Their minds soaked in confusion and their hearts becoming ill, I, as well as my people, have been given our fill, our taste of tyranny, and refuse to become martyrs. We are the grandchildren of the slaves you failed to break. They tested us to see how much we'd sit and take. And with continuance to rise despite the challenges we face, they started to despise despite their acts of hate. And it sounds quite, well, hypocritical. We are the grandchildren of the slaves you tried to deprive of belief. Yes, you tried. You gave us a story, and we not only revised, but erased it all and began to rewrite. We began to become self-sufficient, and in your efforts to create distance, such as a wealth gap, we will ensure that we get our rightful pay as well as recognition. We are the grandchildren of the slaves that you tried. Yes, you tried. And even so, uncovering your disguise, seeing flaw in your design, and being at a disadvantage because our skin is not white, still we rise.
Give it up for Michaela. Yay. I was telling some people, I said, well, I've never heard her do her poem before. I hope I'm not embarrassed. She did a good job. Congratulations. The next person I'm going to bring up, I'm like super excited. She's going to really help set the tone for today. And I think that Michaela also already did that, just bringing into the room wealth disparities and the challenges and some of the things that we have inherited and this constant fight. But that today is not just about like enjoying the view and, you know, having coffee and lunch and all these other things. It's really a call to action. And I'm excited to have you all here, but I'm super excited for the energy and the passion and the love that Michelle brings to this work. in this transformation of people and spaces and places. You can read her bio in the program, but I want you to really hear and feel her heart as she kind of calls us to action today. So Michelle, gee.
Thanks. I'm tall enough, I don't need to stand on the stage, right? Michaela. So I just want to say this really quickly. So I'm Michelle G. Yes, I hope you guys are all A students. You can Google me. There's enough there, not the juicy stuff that's coming when I write my tell-all. But I want to say that Michaela did a great job because she did, first of all, she asked, could she stand on the stage? And 80% of us don't even ask for the opportunity. We're going to talk about that today. The second thing she did is she prepared and practiced. I saw her back here. The third thing she did is she delivered. Now, the fourth thing she has to do is continue to follow up, meet people in this room to make sure that she opens up doors. Because oftentimes we come in rooms like this and we sit next to people and we he, and we fill with the Holy Spirit, and then we leave and we're the same exact person. So let's not do this. So let's talk about why we're here today. We're here today because we can literally see people are rolling back the clock on affirmative action. They're trying to remove our history from school books and told me that my ancestors were slaves and it was good for them because there were some skill sets that came out of that. You got to roll with the punches that came out of that. They're trying to sue law firms for giving fellows of color an opportunity. They're trying to shut down the Fearless Fund for saying, I want to give people that aren't parity some money so that they can be in parity. I mean, there's a lot at stake. And so when I stand here and say that I'm so passionate about this because I'm a little girl who was born in Oakland, California. Come on, people. I'm not going to say how long ago. Lived on 106th and Bancroft. Went to Bishop O'Dowd High School. Didn't study very much. Oh, my God, that's a whole other story. And didn't graduate till I was 31. I was a CEO of Ebony and Jet. I worked for some of the biggest media companies in the world. I authored 3 books. My daughter is at Harvard University right now because I worked my butt off because I didn't allow the world to tell me I wasn't good enough. And this hasn't even made the press yet. And 5 days ago, I walked away from corporate America. It was a good paycheck because I believe in entrepreneurship. I believe that I'm worth more than they wanted to give me. And so as we sit in this room today, understand we can do anything and that we're more than just a consumer, that we're more than just spending our money. We're worthy of funding. We're worthy of opportunities. We're worthy of everything that God created us to be. So I got to do this. Then I'm going to get a mic up. And I don't care who you believe in, but can I just bless the room real quick? Do y'all mind if I do that? Whoever you believe in, just have a moment of silence. I just want to go to God really quickly. Heavenly Father, I just want you to bless this room. I want you to open up minds. I want you to allow people to meet new people. I want you to plant in people the opportunity that you created them for. I want you to continue to bless Sister Cheryl and the organization and the people. I want there to be seeds planted. I want those seeds to grow. There'll be no weapon formed against anyone in this room on today. In Jesus' name, amen. I just wanted to do that really quickly. Use today as an opportunity to understand what your strategy is, how you're building your business, how you can help those people in the room. And then when you leave today, have a plan of action. So as you're taking notes, what are your to-dos? Who are you going to follow up with? How are you going to create change? How are you going to grow something? Because if you don't do that, you wasted your time today. And we're not here to do that, right? So let's all raise our hand and take a quick pledge. I'm going to be different when I leave the room. Y'all don't mean that. I'm going to be different when I leave this room today. All right, well, let's go then.
All right. So in the name of, I'm not as tall as Michelle, but I'm not going back up the stairs. In the name of being different, really wanted today when the opportunity to engage Mike Ford came to me, it spoke in so many different ways. And I don't know if anyone from planning department or other folks were able to make it today, but it just spoke to me the work that he is doing to reframe and rethink about architecture. So often when I heard the word architecture, I thought of like Frank Lloyd Wright, who folks may be familiar with, and the whole like the way that the buildings were built and how amazing they were and the structure of them. But it seemed pretty, you know, it seemed pretty vanilla, right, in some ways when we think about it. Like it's beautiful, but it follows a format and a structure that's pretty plain in some way. Simple is not bad, that's not what I'm saying. But when I saw the work that Mike was doing to think about architecture and to include the notion of hip hop and being very intentional about like urbanizing the idea and the framing of architecture, I was super excited. So much so I know Diane Gray and James Spingola and a bunch of other people got emails from me saying, like, we need to bring this to San Francisco. And when the opportunity came to not just bring the camp to San Francisco, but to bring the person behind the camp to San Francisco, the request was made and he accepted it. And so I want to just bring to the space to talk to us a little bit this morning, Michael Ford, the hip hop architect.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. All right. Well, thanks to everybody who played a part in getting me to come here today. And just so I know who I'm speaking to, is there anybody that's here in the planning department or that's involved with design at all? Nobody. That's good. So I can talk bad about, I'm going to talk bad about architecture and urban planning and all of that. And I'm doing a quick time check too. Are we 15? Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna talk 15:30. That's a range. All right. Give me the wrap it up sign. All right. So 2%. Less than 2% of architects in the United States are black. What does that mean? So there's less than 500 women, black women, who have ever been a licensed architect. I think the number today might be around 460. When you're around black women who are architects, they all know their number and they share their number. I was number 400, 401. Black men, we're not that much more. It's about 1,500 black men. So oftentimes when people are saying you should do something besides dribble a basketball, maybe study architecture, I'm like, no, you actually have a higher chance to make it into the NBA than become a licensed black architect, which is crazy. So I've spent, the better part of the last 2 decades working to make architecture not only more accessible, but more relevant. And I'm gonna show you a little bit of that today. And I'm gonna start off with a very short story. Back in 2020, I was working at a very large firm, like one of the largest firms in the world, and decided to step away. It's out there, you can read the articles. I don't like to bash the firm too much, but I was challenging them on their portfolio, types of projects they were working on, especially considering the times we were going through. I don't believe that any architect should work on prisons or jails. It goes directly against everything that we learn as architecture students and as we get our license. We learn that we are here for the health, safety, and welfare of people who inhabit our spaces. And all of that is thrown out of the door when we're designing those types of spaces. So I walked away after learning that we had some of that work in our portfolio and said that I'm going to go back to my own practice, build it up, and work on projects that enhance the quality of life. So I'm going to show you a few of those projects. I'm just going to focus on one that's very fun, and then I want to show you the hip-hop architecture camp, so how I use my professional practice and the projects I work on to inspire more kids to become architects. All right, so this year is the 50th anniversary of hip-hop. So very big moment, something that people thought was going to be a fad is going to go away. My firm, which is called Brand New Design Studio, founded the firm, again, after walking away from another one. And our firm is leading the design of the Hip Hop Museum in the Bronx. So, yeah, shout out to hip hop. So the Hip Hop Museum, I was born and raised in Detroit. After living there, going to school there, I moved to Madison, Wisconsin. I thought my life in hip hop was over. And to my surprise, University of Wisconsin, Madison had one of the largest hip hop programs in the country. And so students come in full scholarship to study one of the elements of hip hop. The program is called First Wave. And to my surprise, Curtis Blow was a keynote speaker at one of their sessions. And a professor heard that there was this guy named Mike Ford, the hip hop architect. He's like, I gotta connect y'all two. Luckily, I checked my emails that night. I went and I met Curtis Blow, and that's when he unveiled this idea to build a hip hop museum. He said he's thinking about his contribution beyond music. What legacy does he leave behind? And if I call myself the hip hop architect, this should be the perfect project. So I met Curtis Blow. He said, hey, I'm gonna invite a lot of artists out, and I want you to come in, work with us, and create a concept for the hip hop museum. I said, well, that's impossible. I don't want to be the sole person to make an image which represents hip hop. So what I did is I called some of those 2% folks. Our small group, we're part of an organization called the National Organization of Minority Architects. So I called in a few of my friends. This is us. We all came in, sat down with artists, and created some of the first images to represent the Hip Hop Museum. So this was in the Bronx, in an abandoned building, the Bronx County Courthouse that was going to become the Hip Hop Museum. So articles started to come out. I got students involved to advance some of the ideas that we were talking about. We brought in Netflix, and if you ever seen The Get Down, Netflix did a special premiere of The Get Down inside of the old Bronx County Courthouse. This building was to become the Hip Hop Museum. So we had A$AP Rocky and Jaden Smith, all of the people who played in the movie, that series, come out and celebrate this as the place of hip hop. Unfortunately, we gave this developer so much free press that his building was empty, right? It's every magazine is writing about it. It's on TV. Basically, we're broadcasting that his building is empty. And someone came in with a check, said, hey, we can take this now. The museum had a few days to match it. And of course, we hadn't done that much besides this kickoff session. And they didn't want to commit to a building that we haven't really investigated that much. So at that point, we learned really quick. Real G's got to move in silence, like lasagna, the philosopher, Mr. Lil Wayne. But yeah, a lot of investment here. But that stopped, and we found another site I'm going to tell you all about. This was the groundbreaking for the project. So the project includes a lot of artists, not just people from the Bronx who are from around the world. It's not just rappers. It's every element of hip hop. So DJs, MCs, breakdancers. This was our groundbreaking, Nas, LL Cool J, Fat Joe, the young man with the gray beard, Mr. Paradise Gray. He's on a TV show right now on A&E called Hip Hop Treasures, where they are going around finding elements for the Hip Hop Museum. But this was our groundbreaking. This is the museum. A lot of the artists, which I talk about a lot when I give lectures, a number of the artists who started or pioneered hip hop all grew up in low income or affordable housing. So it was important for us to find an opportunity to develop a museum, but also look at not gentrifying that neighborhood. So the museum has 525 affordable housing units above the museum. The museum is the bottom 2 floors. It's about 50,000 square feet. It's right off the Harlem River. Here's some shots on August 11th. This is when we did a VIP kind of tour of the construction site. So this was the morning of the 50th anniversary of hip hop. One of the other tough questions they asked me to do, I said, Mike, we need a cornerstone for the hip hop museum. We need something, usually you see a date chiseled within the building. It's like, we need something that's a cornerstone. I said, well, it should be a lyric. And then they asked me, go ahead and put the lyric on there. I'm like, Nope. And not setting me up with that. Let's have a session or a number of sessions where we talk to people around the country about how can we put a lyric there that everybody agrees with. It is related to architecture, related to design, related to the evolution of hip hop. And what we decided was it was Biggie Smalls. It was all a dream. And you never thought hip hop would take it this far. So on his birthday this year, see the young lady standing in front of me with the pink dress, the young man with the Yankees hat, CJ, those are his two children. So we threw a birthday party for him and presented them with the renderings that their dad's lyrics will be immortalized on the Hip Hop Museum. We also had, Lil C's, that's him standing next to me, that was Big's right-hand man. Rocky Bucanos, the guy that's like 8 feet tall. He's the director for the Universal Hip Hop Museum. Ralph McDaniels, he started Video Music Box, or like what really put music videos on air. And then here's the render we presented. This is me at the construction site when the lyrics were installed. And then we had another tough task. As construction is going on the interior, we wanted to put images up on the windows to block the construction. And like clockwork, Mike, let's put 8 images. No, I'm not picking the 8 images. Get a committee together, let them pick the 8 images. But we put 8 images that represented, a wide swath of hip hop culture. Placed those images. We unveiled them to everybody on August 11th, and then we had the artists come out. So Public Enemy came out. They took images. It was very funny when I'm talking to young folks about hip hop, and I mentioned Flavor Flav. They're like, "Oh, the reality star." I'm like, "No, this was one of the most politically conscious rappers that you have ever heard of." Yes, Chuck D, Flavor Flav. So we had the artists come out and be a part of the unveiling of the museum. Another image here, and then I'll show you a quick fly-through of the project. Let's see if this works with the clicker. It does. So this is a drone shot. I don't know, whoever flew this drone has some skills because they're going to go through the door and into the building. So the museum originally was going to be open in September of 2023, this year. The pandemic pushed us back about 18 months. So we're going to open in the first quarter of 2025. But you can see it is well on its way. So if you're ever in the Bronx, definitely check it out. You can see the construction going on. And right across the street, we have a pop-up museum where you can see a glimpse of what will be inside. These are some of the images on the interior. So our exhibit designer is Ralph Applebaum Associates. And some of the things, I won't go through all of the ideas. I want to speed through and show you all the camp. But one of the things that happened is our lead facilitator, our lead exhibit designer for the Hip Hop Museum, he lost his vision, Paradise Gray, the guy with the beard. He lost his vision during this project. So he started asking us, how do people who don't have sight experience graffiti? Right? How do you liberate graffiti from this two-dimensional plane? You always seen like these drop shadows and bevels and things that graffiti artists did that make it look 3D. Can we make hip-hop more accessible? So you start to see that in some of the images where people can now come and touch the graffiti as opposed to it being flat on this 2D surface. People that can't do graffiti, teaming with technology partners, where you can write something on your phone or tablet and a robot will recreate it in your favorite writer style. People who don't like hip hop at all, we actually did a tour around the country to investigate what would make you come to a museum if you're not a hip hop fan. And one of the things we learned was learning the connections between hip hop and other genres. So creating spaces where you can see how hip hop has sampled, or now how people are sampling hip hop. And a few more exhibit images. So that's the Hip Hop Museum. Again, we're going to open in April of 2025, but definitely stay aware of that project. It's not a project about the Bronx. It's a project about hip hop and its global impact. And you can follow them on Instagram and keep up with the development. All of my professional projects, I've taken and created this program called the Hip Hop Architecture Camp. And it started off, and I'm looking at y'all too, so give me that. It started off with this TEDx. I had to give it a fancy name so the people at TED would like call me back. I was like tried to make it confusing as possible. So I called it Hip Hop as Modernism's, Hip Hop as a post-occupancy evaluation of modernism. I wanted them to say, what the heck? And they did. But basically what it's saying is that when you take the time to listen to rap, you'll see that they're critiquing the built environment. And we know that only 2% of architects are black. So not talking about what we've done. We're talking about what architects and urban planners who don't look like us have done in our communities. And beyond the architecture, it's also the policies and procedures that are wrapped or housed within those structures. So that's what a TEDx is about. I go through some of your favorite songs and show how they are related to the built environment. Distilled that talk in my professional projects down to a hip hop architecture camp. So we use hip hop as a way to introduce young people to architecture. It's totally free, running in about 35 cities across the country. We've run it in Kenya, have a program throughout Canada, so Toronto and Vancouver. Our kids have been on the Oprah Winfrey Network, the Today Show. They've gotten a lot of exposure because of this unique way they look at architecture. And it's based on this idea that we say music is liquid architecture and architecture is frozen music. So this is an old quote, but if architecture is frozen music, how can we freeze the most popular music genre of all time? So what we do is we have kids read lyrics. Like usually when you come into the camp, you expect it to be loud. It's very quiet. Kids are reading the words. Like they're seeing how they're talking about the neighborhoods, how they're talking about communities. But then we've taught them a way to break down the lyrics with math. So they break down bar for bar what the artists are talking about. And then they rebuild it with these Legos. So you see the young lady, she's looking at the complexity that's within hip hop. Like most people might look at rap as this deviant behavior, right? All the kids over there rapping. It's like, no, they are genius. They're doing math that's so complex, like you don't even recognize it as math. So we've broken down a way to extract that math, and now each Lego piece is related to the double entendres, triple entendres, like all the creativity that's wrapped up in hip hop. And we bring rappers in. We've built their models. The moment a rapper comes in, we give it to them. Most rappers are like, oh, this is cute. A kid made a model. Like, no, that's your song. And then as they sing the song and point to each piece, the rappers grasp this idea. These are some of the images that the young folks make, which again is extracting the structures and patterns from rap. They start to build models of cities or their first ideas of cities. So again, as a planner might come in, it's like, hey, you made a nice city. Like, nah, that's Lauryn Hill lyrics. Then we teach our young people how to rap. So they have to make a rap about a project idea. We teach them that you have to be a little bit more complex with your rap. You can't have rhymey words at the end. You need to have inline rhymes. You need to use those double entendres. You need to really construct this verse, just like we do as architects. Like every detail, nothing is missed. I'm gonna skip her. She was like fire, but just trust me. And then we have them design our projects, our young people. This their first time ever making something in 3D, but it's theirs. They made it. They made a song about it. And then we give them an internship with an architecture firm where they take their idea and make it to something more realistic in their neighborhoods or communities. Red, black, green, you got it. And then last but not least, sometimes it's fictitious projects like the one you saw, but we also have our young people look at real things that's going on in our neighborhoods and communities. This is was a historic neighborhood in Detroit called Paradise Valley, also known as Black Bottom. So this is where a lot of folks when they move from the south to the north, working for the auto industry, this is the neighborhood they moved to. First hospitals, pharmacies, churches that were built by black folks in Detroit was built in Paradise Valley or Black Bottom. So this is that neighborhood before, this is the neighborhood after. All right, so as the Highway Construction Act was passed, Detroit wasn't the only city. Almost every major city across the country, the easiest way to get from the suburban districts to the central business district was right through established black neighborhoods. So the Michigan Department of Transportation and City of Detroit wants to right this wrong. They want to cap the expressway and make it back into a major boulevard. So they brought us in to run a hip-hop architecture camp where we use Detroit music. We brought in children and grandchildren of some of the business owners, and we use music to recreate what this street could be and to engage the city of Detroit about this idea. And I'm going to end by letting y'all listen to some of these kids rap. So we make these music videos. We get a bus. We travel around the city. People don't know who they're looking at. They don't know if it's like a young celebrity because we got lights and cameras. I'm like, no, it's just kids studying architecture. They're like, what? So they make up their own song. We drove this lady crazy on the bus because we was filming on the bus. But I'll let y'all listen to part of it. Yeah, here we go. And they wanted to go to the freeway too. They wanted to stand over the freeway. And the second girl, she was the best rapper ever at a camp. But it was some more in there. But I'll end by saying we talked to them about creative storytelling and lyrics. So you heard her say, in the future, I'm going to be rich off the bread. Her project that she created was a bakery that she would put in that neighborhood. So when she did her rap battle, she had to rap about being rich off the bread. But thank you all. Looking forward to connecting.
Give it up for Michael Ford. Now you all see why I was like, you need to bring that to San Francisco because we got neighborhoods that we definitely need to be doing that project in. So, and yes, reparations and all the things. So what we're going to do now is we have 2 breakouts that will happen. One in this space with Michelle G., which will focus in on Michael Ford, I'm sorry. Michael Ford will be in this space. So Michael will be here talking a little bit more about the hip-hop architecture and building out that model and hopefully recruiting some folks to be interested in bringing that to San Francisco. And then downstairs will be Michelle G., working with our entrepreneurs. And so I know Pia and folks are here. And so for some folks, that's a continuation of previous visits, and for other folks that is new. So again, thank you all so much for being here. There's somebody in the back and is there any specific on the Michelle G. piece? Is that mainly for entrepreneurs or it's open to other folks? People who want to actualize their dreams. Well, I hope everybody in here got a dream that you're trying to actualize. But that you want to tell your story, you want to build your brand, you want to think about like how to take the thing that you've been thinking about and blow it up. That is the think tank that is going to happen downstairs with Michelle G. And then upstairs, we are going to have the conversation with Michael Ford. So somebody's in the back. I also want to recognize and acknowledge Karen Clopton, the chair of the San Francisco Human Rights Commission. For her leadership and partnership in this work. Thank you so much. She'll be talking to you all a little bit later. So again, in this room, Michael Ford and following whoever is guiding folks in the back there with Michelle G. Please make your way to where you're going. And make sure to help get rid of the pastries and yogurt over there, because otherwise I will eat it all, and that'll be a problem.
I'm staying here for Mike's.
Please move to the right side, because we're going to be setting up lunch on the left.
I got to give y'all a little glimpse of what the hip hop architecture camp is. And I think before I go off into more about what the program is, I'm open to taking questions from people, and then that can help me guide, the next thing or things that I show you. And one of the ultimate goals is getting the program set up here in the Bay so that we can talk about actual projects that are happening or programming initiatives, or just get kids to dream about their own ideas. But definitely open to questions that y'all might have. I'm gonna go here. I saw you do like, and then we'll come here.
Mr. Forbes, thank you. Regarding San Francisco, when you go into a city to promote interns or help the youth and build them up, is that a funding the city needs to have to support, or is that something you do, and how would we even get started in that mode? We do internship for redevelopment here in San Francisco for our properties through OCII, the infrastructure and work that's being done.
All right, so good question. And I've gotten myself in trouble before. I'm like, yeah, the program is free. It's free for the kids, but yes, there's a fee for when we come into a city and run a camp. And that has been done a number of different ways. Sometimes we might team with a city planning department or a mayor's office. It might be a private developer or a college or university. It's very different, public libraries. But the fee for running the camp is $30,000. We usually take a max of 40 young people to be involved. So that includes everything for the camp except for the food each day. So we have the local hosts handle the food, but that includes like all of our like media teams who come out and record the young people in the music videos, who record their music. We have a media team that come and record the music videos. We give the kids software, all of that stuff. But that's how that works. And again, we just don't extend that fee to the young people. The idea is to be totally free. It does create challenges sometimes, right? Because, how do you get kids to come every day if mama and daddy didn't pay, even if it's a couple hundred, or some of these programs be thousands of dollars. So you don't have that investment from the young folks that make them come every day. So we just tried to create a very interesting program. We bring celebrities. We've had everybody from like Angela Yee from the Breakfast Club as a host, Damian Lillard when we do our program in Portland. If y'all don't know, he's put out music. So we get celebrities and people that make us look a little more cooler than what we are. And that's going to make the kids wake up and come every day, or make sure that their parents drop them off. So it's $30,000, 40 kids, and that has been handled a lot of ways. I don't care how it's handled. As long as we come in and we can do the program. Like sometimes it's like with architecture firms, it might be 5 or 6 firms who get together, put money together, and host a camp. We've worked with city planning departments when they are doing like updates to the city comprehensive plans, and they have to do community engagement. So we've come in and led the community engagement initiative for mayor's offices or city planning departments too. And it's just a part of a budget that they already had to engage the community. All right, I know you had a question too.
So I want to lend a helping hand. I am one of the first Black. I am the American Planning Society's, the APA planning, what's called the RAC, the lead for San Francisco for the programming for the American Planning Association here in San Francisco. And I've also been a Pathways to Equity Fellow, as well as a Pathways Fellow with ULI, with Urban Plan and things. And so we welcome you here and want to know like anything that, I in my role as one of the first Black people to be actually on the board in this role for San Francisco. We want to make sure that we are correcting the wrongs that have been here, and that we are part of our future going forward. And I see your program as and it's not a lot. We've got so many architecture planning firms here that can sponsor and things, and I'd love to partner with you to see that this bring this to San Francisco.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll definitely connect. I'm gonna make sure I share my. I don't know what happened to my slides. I'll pull those back up so I have my contact info. Yeah, and APA has their first Black woman president, national president.
They're planning lead for San Francisco.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying APA nationally has their first Black woman as a president right now.
Do better than just be a black face.
Facts. We'll reconnect. Was there any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Diane from 100% Colorado, and one of the things I saw the young people, it looks like, is it preteen, like up to about 16 or so? What is the age group that you work with?
Yeah, so we go 6th through 12th grade. If we're teaming with someone who services a certain group of young people, we'll just come in and service just that group. But if we're recruiting on our own, we recruit 6th through 12th grade students. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's why I got to get the slides up. Now I feel like I'm the Wizard of Oz back here now. I'm going to share a video. Yep, I think I got it. Yes. Yeah, if that is still available. Okay. Yeah, so the question was, what have young people talked about? So, like, sometimes we go and it's a very specific project that we're looking at. Like, it's a development that's going on, and we want young people to comment on that. But then there's times when we are pretty open and free. So it's one of the years during the pandemic. We couldn't do our rap battles live. We had to do all of our rap battles over Zoom. So this young lady, she's in Chicago. We had like 650 young people participate in our hip hop architecture camps during the pandemic. So it's just one big virtual camp. But we challenged them to design whatever they wanted in their neighborhood. So, and then when they present their projects, they don't present it like, oh, here's the front of the building, here's the back door. They don't present how architects are taught to present. I want them to use their voice, their creativity. So they get one rap verse to present their project. So this was her verse about what she wanted to see in her neighborhood.
Creative minds that are treated like they invisible, building if it's permissible, and kids can't act like kids no more. I want to make a place where folks like me don't have to face a limited reality and limit some of the things they face. You want to go and paint a mural, want to do some break dance in the sky, it ain't a limit where we all create. A net of safety for the youth that's always on the run. A PLC, LGBT, we want to see the sun. We got the gardens, yes, but listen, cause the work ain't done. Come and produce, come on and sing, come on and have some fun. Escaping guns and violence. We are the artists and we make it till they blind us. We are the architects who build over our own horizons.
All right, so this was her idea to build a community center where she wanted to have a maker space. Like, they got to put everything in their rap. A maker space. She wanted to learn about gardening, and they had to, we teach them how to write, because then they have to take their lyrics and like delete the words, just look at the patterns, and now use the patterns as a part of the architecture. So we try to teach them to rap and let them know that their favorite rappers are not Dr. Seuss, who like has a rhyming word at the end. Like you have a lot of stuff that's happening in all the lines. So when they're writing raps, they're writing it as a visual thing more than just a sonic experience. So like really diving deep into rap. So and that was her project. You know, she got the internship where her project got turned into something more realistic with the firm. So it's all over the map. And you also have kids that's like, yeah, I want to make a grocery store. I want to, you know, they're learning about things that are being talked about in lyrics like food deserts, right? And then it's like, oh yeah, I noticed it's not a grocery store in my neighborhood. Maybe I should do that. So it's all over the map of what kids think. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
I have a, thank you.
Appreciate the mic.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Joelle Stewart. I work for the Human Rights Commission. Thank you for coming. And I've been working on reparations, and my background is in urban planning. I don't know why I'm saying all of this, but just
you got
to
the microphone,
give a little
like,
preamble. But my background is in urban planning, and so a lot of the discussions we had around reparations, undergirding it is that that idea that you talked about, you know, like the genesis of it is rooted in redevelopment and urban renewal and things like that. And it's not lost on me that 50 years ago when hip hop was starting, it was a very regional, very localized sort of phenomenon. And in response to the conditions in cities in the Bronx at the time. But as we've moved on through the 70s, 80s, 90s, and now we see the, I don't mean to make this sound like a speech, I just talk like this all the time. But like as we continue on through this, like we see these demographic shifts in cities across America. I'm wondering if you can speak about the way that we see hip hop and the way that its relationship to the built environment has evolved over time, and if you've observed any you know, larger patterns in what it, you know, what the subject matter is and how it relates to the urban fabric. Because one of the most significant recent albums to me is College Dropout. I'm originally from Chicago, and I feel like that has so much like.
I miss the old Kanye.
Yeah, I know. I miss the old Kanye too. But yeah, I just. That's a lot of words. I just wonder if you can speak a little bit more about like the evolution of hip hop in the modern era as it relates to people and demographic shifts. Thanks.
Yeah, so, you know, that's a critique hip hop gets, and even when we talk about the hip hop architecture camp, and I bring on educators or like community leaders, people to come and volunteer at the camps. So you don't have to be an architect to volunteer. Like we bring everybody. And one of the discussions is what lyrics are we going to have young people explore? And people are like, well, hip hop ain't what it used to be. You know, they talking about this or that today. Today they're talking about drugs. They're still talking about what's in their neighborhood. Conversations have just changed. You know, think about Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five when they made the song The Message. Broken glass everywhere. People pissing. Like they're talking about the Bronx in the 70s. But today, as artists talk about, they're talking about new things that are in their neighborhoods. Think about Rick Ross, the real Rick Ross, and right, who talks about how he worked with government agencies to get crack cocaine into neighborhoods, right? So now you see people talk about crack in the 80s and the early 90s a lot more in music. They're still reflecting what's in their neighborhoods, what's in their environment, the policies and procedures. The only thing that's different from today, I think today versus yesterday, is the music back then was a call to action and more of a blatant, I'm exposing what's in my environment. Here is more, today, it can be seen or perceived as more of a glorification and not really pointing the finger at people who are changing our neighborhoods and environments. And but no matter what, again, the music today, I'm like, hey, you don't have to come to the camp and look at some old school rapper who really talked about the neighborhood that we think talked about neighborhoods. You can listen to Cardi B today. You can listen to Kendrick, J. Cole. Hip hop is still critiquing the environment. It's this unsolicited, like unfiltered critique, but it's up to us to like slow down, understand it, and now how can we design something moving forward. So that's a long way of saying I'll take hip hop from all years.
Thank you very much for your inspiring and hopeful talk. I'm Savi Bisnath, and I'm the senior economist with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. It's a UN organization. And my question is, when you talk about the engagement of the young people, they very much talk about things that relate to human rights. The right to adequate housing, affordable housing, the right to food because of the food deserts in communities. Do they link it with rights? And the reason I ask is because with rights, we have the law, and we have policies, and we have things that we can use, the way Dr. King invoked when he spoke about civil and political rights, to change some of the realities on the ground. And I'm asking if you help them to make those links so they can imagine a different community in terms of the built environment, but also concretely work towards structural changes. Thanks.
Yeah, great question. I would say we could talk about it even more when we partner with your office, all right, because we can be very specific and create or adjust curricula to lead to that discussion. But yes, we have done that. You know, we've even put on a national competition for young people. So this was done with rapper Lupe Fiasco out of Chicago. He has a song called All Black Everything, where he reimagines people as different people. And how would the world be different if this person wasn't black, but he was white, or this white person was black, or very creative song. But we held a competition where we had young people go through lyrics from any rapper they wanted to, and then design a product, space, or place that would advance rights for people. So it was everything from young people designing apps to the future of affordable housing, but all of their prompts had to be tied directly to a rap lyric. So this was an international competition we had, which was, and we didn't want to call it a competition. It really wasn't a competition. Somebody did win prizes. Everybody won for participating, but it was directly related to that idea of how do we use rap lyrics to call attention to situations like human rights, but how do we now respond to it? And at that time, we were, I made this statement that Lupe was like, oh, that was interesting. I said, as architects and urban planners, are we content with designing the backdrops to injustice? All right, all of the things you're seeing on the news are happening in spaces and places that somebody designed. And if you've ever been involved with designing a building or a park or anything, if you've been a part of that discussion, we go through everything that could possibly happen in that space and we design for it. At no point do we ever say, all right, and a person's going to die right here. All right. And some architects are like, well, I just build spaces. I don't have a right to discuss what happens after I build it. So we wanted to challenge people to say, you don't build the backdrops to injustice, or we shouldn't be complacent with building that. How do we get involved with what's happening in our spaces after we create them? And that's where the lyric competition came into play. But we should connect, and I'll show you what we did. There's one more, then we'll come up here.
Hey, thank you. My name is Alonzo. I'm from the Office of Health Equity. I was just curious about your summer program. What is the length of the program? And what are the pre-requirements for the youth joining the program is my second question. The third one is, out of all the work you've done in teaching them how to write raps and everything, what are your objectives with this program overall, and how you can replicate that in different areas when you go? Thank you.
Yeah, so the prerequisites are none. What's that? One more. We'll do one more, and then I'm going to try to show. Well, we'll do two more. 3 more. I'm going to keep my answers shorter so I can show y'all stuff. I want to talk, but I want y'all to see the kids, too. I want y'all to see their genius. But the prerequisites, they're none. Only thing that we do, I mean, there we go. We're targeting black and brown children, so that's who we are looking to bring into the program. The only thing that we ask is that, and we have this in our application process, that you're interested in both hip hop and architecture. In the past, we didn't do that, and you get kids who come, they're like, yeah, I just want to be an architect. I don't know about this music thing, and they don't want to rap, they scared. And then you have kids that's like, yeah, I'm just here to rap, bro. I'm here for the music videos. Like, but you got to do the architecture part too. So you got to be interested in both. And then the length of the program is 5 days, so Monday through Friday. It's an all-day program, and then we have a 6-day, which usually happens about 2 weeks after the camp is concluded, where we do a music video reveal. So we just did one in Dallas, brought all the kids back, their parents, they can invite friends. We got a theater at the Holocaust Museum, and the museum rolled out the red carpet for the kids. They got to watch their music video for the first time together. We're doing it in Memphis next week. In Memphis, our project was designing a skate park in memory of Tyree Nichols. And that was actually our project across the country this year. When I seen Miss Rovine Wells on TV, like this was during one of our planning sessions. She talked about her son loving sunsets and loving to skate. And if anything, she would build a skate park for him one day. So I had all the kids like design skate parks in his memory. Lupe got involved, Kick Push himself. He came to the camps. And then to my surprise, Miss Wells, like his mother, his dad, his brothers, his whole family, they came to one of the camps with the kids. So now I'm designing the skate park for Tyree Nichols. But yeah, that's a little summary. And we're going to come to you next. There's one more back there.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's this national conversation happening about revitalizing downtowns. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, what is the political class missing in that conversation?
That's a good question. So the very first camp was a camp it was in Madison, Wisconsin. It was a partnership with the mayor's office and the city of Madison's planning department. So they were updating the comprehensive plan, so looking, I think it was like 30 years into the future, like what were they going to focus on? I was the only black person at any of these planning sessions besides a city council person. I think she had to be there. So I was like, yeah, we are looking at 30 years into the city's future. And you have the questions where you do the clickers and the answers show up. They always ask demographic questions. So the median age there was like 53. So you're thinking 30 years into the future. So these people are going to be 83 by the time this is implemented. Like, we missing the mark. So that's how I proposed the hip hop architecture camp. But I think what they're missing is they're like, oh, we got to get black folks to the table. We got to really understand what they want in their neighborhoods, what they think about what we're doing. Like, yeah, we've been saying that shit for 50 years. Hip hop is 50 years. And before hip hop, if you don't like hip hop, you go to the blues, right? All of our music has been a reflection of the built environment. Unfortunately, people have been dancing to it as opposed to responding to it. So it's really, people need to learn some critical listening skills, and how to listen to hip hop. And that's what I think we do at the camp, and getting young people to be better than their peers because they're better listeners. But yeah, I think that's what's missing is, it's like, I need to hear what black folks and brown folks are saying. We've already said it. We just didn't do it in that way where we had to write it into this box. All right? It was like unsolicited and, again, unfiltered and raw.
Thank you. Grand Rising, and thank you for coming. It's been really interesting. I am Tony Hines, and I have a community healing business called Why Not Unite for Peace. And I'm blessed to be surrounded by a lot of young male rappers. I have a 16-year-old grandson who lives with me. All he and his friends are rappers. And I would like to know, do you know any resources you could share that could, before you come and do your work, to do some pre-work to translate what you're just saying to be a better listener, or to translate it to math, or just something, because they in my house eating my food, so take them lyrics and do some math.
Oh man, I want to make sure I don't feel bad after I say this, but I'm gonna say it. I don't know. Everybody not a fan of AI, but I will say Google and both Microsoft just put out some very interesting artificial intelligence tools that they might be interested in. And I'm blanking on the name of both of them. Google put out one. This was less than a month ago. But what the tool's doing, they're challenging people who think they can rap or who can rap but want to advance like the topics and things that they have in their music. But they give like short writing prompts, and it's if they follow. I think one of the best examples. I've said Lupe name like 3 times now, but he actually created the tool with Google. He did a residency at MIT and created this tool. It's like teaching the AI how to rap, and now how can AI help young people learn how to rap? Well, I think that would be great because you can put any topic, right? You want to talk about food deserts? All right, now let's get your bar straight so you can talk about this in a way that you really understand it. Yeah, I'm generative AI. Is that it? That's the Google one? Generative. No, it's called something else. What is it? B-A-R-D? Bard. Appreciate y'all. I know we had another question.
One here and then one there.
Okay.
Hello, peace, everyone. My name is Erica. I'm executive assistant over at the Village Project under Miss Adrienne Williams. We run year-round children's programs, ages 5 through 17. We focus on literacy, learning of basic life skills, and cultural arts. I'm just wondering if you have an introductory book or any type of literature or maybe activities that we could use to spark interest for these children where they can do things that are hands-on or they can apply things to practical everyday things. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Short answer, no. I do not have anything. So the question a few questions back said, what's the ultimate goal? That is one of my ultimate goals, is how do I disseminate this curricula where a little broader, where I or people that I work with don't have to be in the space to deliver the curriculum. So that is one of the goals. Right now, it's a very personal, we are there delivering the program. So, yeah, looking for partners to help do that. How do we widen or share it where, again, I don't have to be there. Also hire a lot of students from HBCUs, so they get travel grants. These are graduate students and some undergrads. They get to go to a brand new city for a week. They get paid. They work with me to get trained in the curriculum. They get to engage with young folks and see architecture in a new city. But how can we, again, have it where even they don't have to travel to go somewhere? That's one of my ultimate goals.
What's up, man? My name's Coffrey J. I'm from Hunters Point, not Bayview. I'm a hip-hop organizer, educator, business consultant. I run Hip Hop for the Future, and for 10 and 15 years, I've been trying to get philanthropy to understand hip-hop, not to mention, regular people to understand it's the strongest organizing force we have on the block anyway. But what kind of hurdles have you faced trying to get your work funded or even accepted, just being rooted in hip-hop culture?
Man. First, that's a nice T-shirt, too. I need one of those. This T-shirt say, fuck your racist grandma. I need a couple of those. But, so, in architecture, it's not, I guess, unsimilar to other professions. But architecture being accepted by bringing hip-hop, I didn't check it at the door. I brought it in with me. So it's this little thing about architecture. Like, you get a degree, you get a master's degree, then you got to take all these exams, you got to practice, and then eventually you could be called an architect after you pass the exams and you've done so much practice. Me, I'm young. I'm like, fuck that. Like, I spent all this money. You're going to call me an architect. And I would get letters from people like, hey, I heard, an article written about you and they called you an architect. Maybe you want to tell them that you're not an architect, you're a designer. I'm like, fuck you. Like, you got the time to actually like gatekeep the word architect? It's like hair architects, information architects. It's all these people who call themselves architects. So that was like one of the early hurdles when I was younger. But then I'm like, I'm gonna call myself the hip hop architect. Like Dr. Dre ain't no doctor. You make everybody call him doctor. And then the American Institute of Architects, like our national governing body, had me come in and keynotes. I was keynote next to Michelle Obama. It was her first keynote out of the White House. And I wasn't licensed at that time. And they called me up on the stage, like, the hip hop architect. So I was like, had this like finger to everybody, like, yeah, y'all heard that? Like, they called me the hip hop architect. But it wasn't accepted because people are like, oh, these things don't go together. But they do. So it really was educating people that these two seemingly unrelated things are definitely related. And then I got to a point where I was like, you know what? Maybe I don't want to educate other people so much. I'm not looking for their validation. How can I hit the potential funders who are interested and not spend so much time trying to convince folks or let them validate me, because as soon as they validate me, they can invalidate me, right? They can cancel me. So I went a different route. I didn't go through like traditional funding means. All of my initial funding was outside of like architecture groups or anybody involved with architecture. It was all like public libraries or, public libraries or, again, city officials. I think the first major funder that was related to architecture was here in San Francisco, a company called Autodesk. They were the first partners. Like, hey, they seen one of the rap videos online. They're like, okay, we need more kids rapping about architecture. But yeah, it's hard. How do you get people to accept it? I think you just got to find the right audience. And I also believe in guilt money too. We stopping at 12:30.
I don't know who has
I
the
can.
time.
Yeah, I think it's at 12:30. We'll do two more, and
Okay.
then I want to show y'all some stuff, and then might have some questions after that too. So we'll go there, and then we'll end it with you.
Yeah, this is really exciting stuff. Thanks so much for bringing it to us. There's kind of two movements. People are talking about bringing more nature into the urban and built environment and bringing black and brown kids and people into nature. So, I mean, you've had brilliant insights on everything you've talked about. I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
No, I believe in that opportunity to have that moment of solace outside of the noise and movement of the city. People like, Robert Smith, he has a program I've been involved with for a couple years now where he takes young people from cities across the country and take them out to Colorado, into the mountains for a couple of weeks just to get away from the city. But I'm with that. And how do you bring more greenery into cities? I think becomes one of those challenging discussions. Is how do you have people in those cities that you're trying to bring that greenery into involved with it? Because most of the time when greenery has come into our city, it's like it was eroding or removing something, right? Like Central Park is not just Central Park. I mean, it was a black neighborhood. I'm in Dallas now. Just learned of a major park we have downtown was a black neighborhood. So how do you do that in ways that are beneficial to the residents? It's kind of like bike lanes that are popping up everywhere. It's like the first sign of gentrification. It's like, oh, there's that bike lane. And that bike lane also means that it's not just an individual movement to gentrify. Like the city is now behind this, right? It's now a larger discussion that's happening. So how do you get residents involved with those initiatives? I think it's the challenge. It's not the challenge, but it's key to the success.
Hi,
My name is Brianna Frierson. I work with the Hope SF Initiative, which we work with the 4 low-income neighborhoods in San Francisco. Would love to have you work with us. That's one. But I really wanted you, if you could speak about like what your program is doing for the youth. How are they feeling knowing that going through this, the lyrics that they're making are literally impacting change, impacting the way their neighborhood looks, the way their cities look, and knowing that you empowered them to use their voices to do so, and they can now effectively see that change, whereas like, you know, as youth, everybody above you is making all of the decisions. So yeah, just speak to how they feel.
Well, first, some students are like, the first day, they don't know what to expect. We don't tell them about any celebrities that's coming to the camp, because then the parents going to be there, and it's like the delayed drop off. They just hanging around. So we don't tell them nothing about any celebrity that's coming. So that first day is awkward. Everybody's quiet. They reading lyrics. Like, what is this? But when we get to like that second day and we're starting to build things, like they're now seeing that this is a tool that, one, makes them, not makes them appear, but it shows that they are smarter than most other kids, right? The fact that they can decipher all of these lyrics, they can extract the math, right? Like some people can't even hear rap. Like you cut it on, it's like, I don't know nothing they saying. I can't. Our kids can keep up with it. Our kids can freestyle, right? Because we also have kids rap, so they can freestyle. They're doing math, like they're calculating bars and how long sentences need to be, and sometimes on a beat that they never heard, right? So they're doing like all this complex stuff. So at the end, like they're feeling like, man, I am a genius. Like they walk away feeling that they're extremely smart. And then when you add to it any celebrity that might come to a camp, the fact that we've never had, sometimes they say you never want to meet a celebrity, because then like the mystique of them is gone, and like the real one, you're like, we've never had that experience at the camp. Everybody that's come in has been like very attentive to the young folks and genuinely shocked. So like in St. Louis, this was my college soundtrack. I went back on the kids. We had Chingy come to the camp. He was like the soundtrack to my years in college. But he came to the camp, and just like everybody else, like you come in and you see these models, whether it's on a computer or something physical, and most of the time you're like, oh, that's cute. You think you need to be engaged. Like, oh, that's cute. Good. Keep going, young lady. Keep going, young guy. But when they get to see, and I'm going to show y'all some images, like this is, like Chingy, this is your song, bro. Like the rappers now, they start to hold it in their hands, and they want to make more music because they think they can make music that's visually more complexing. So rappers, and I'm going to show y'all a session we did here in San Francisco back in like 2018. So we brought a group of rappers from across the country to Autodesk headquarters, and we ran a session, a camp, just like we do for kids, but it was for all rappers, all adults. And they had rap battles where you never heard them rapping. You just put on virtual reality and you like walk through their words. And it'll be whack or like not as complex as the next person. They'll go back, rewrite something, get it rebuilt, put on a headset, and you walk through it again. So they were having rap battles that were like building cities. It was pretty dope. But I think the kids walk away knowing that like I'm a genius. Like that's what I want them to walk away feeling. Cool. Thanks for those questions. I see the screen keep like blinking. It's not me that's doing it, but I think I can walk y'all through some images. I might have to click it with my hand. Okay, no. Oh, there we go. Yes. All right, so this was the event we did in San Francisco. So we had like about 40 people that came here. So Lupe, he invited all the rappers. I invited like the architects and designers. And so we had battle rappers like this guy. His name is Daylight. Got like a Spawn tattoo on his face. So it's dope, like walking around Autodesk headquarters with him. Walk around their offices. The guy next to him is a rapper named Chino Excel. Then I had, again, like architects and designers. But we went and we ran them through a camp. But it was for all 4 adults. We had tech partners that came in, and we challenged them to write music on the spot, and then how can we visualize the music. So now our diagram started to become a little more complex. I don't know what's going on with that blinking. We started to make like more complex models and diagrams. We started to create things like, can people, like usually want to get you want to teach somebody about architecture or urban planning, you give them a pen or a pencil and try to get them to sketch. We're like, no, like let's create an app on the spot where you can like rap into it. You can rap into your phone, and as you rap into your phone, like geometry is created based on the words that you say. So how can we really let their genius be explored? And this was us. Now, this one of my boys from Detroit actually wrote some of the scenes for 8 Mile. She's like real dope lyricist. But he's walking through a city that he just rapped about. So heights of buildings could be based on like something as simple as how many letters are in a word, to something as complex as, again, like double entendres or however many entendres they put into it, how many syllables. But they had a whole rap battle without you ever hearing a rap. It'll be them writing something, working with an architect, and then we walk through it. And then it got crazy where people started to do stuff like this. They wanted to outdo each other. So he wrapped himself with a sheet of paper. It had some rap lyrics on it. He came out and said, hey, can y'all guess what I'm doing? And we're like, I don't know. It's going off the deep end, but you're walking around with this piece of paper on you. He's like, no, I just wrapped myself. We're like, oh, I get it. You wrapped yourself. So then we was like, yo, can we actually do that? So again, we start to look at music and take textiles, like can this turn into textiles? And then we literally made jackets that are textiles from lyrics. So we were teaching the rappers at this point how they can use their voice and their creativity to now get into another field, right? A fashion design or other avenues where they don't have to become a person that can sketch or draw or do this. Like, how can your voice and what you do lend itself to something different? So I would give these away to special guests when they come to the camp. It'll be their music. And of course, just like with the kids, they look at me like, what is this? I'm like, yo, it's your song. We go through the whole thing. They discover their song and they're excited. And I gave it to my guy who originally came up with the idea. I said, hey, here's one of your jackets. He's like, no, it's a rap. Call it a rap. All right, it's a rap. So we never call them jackets. We call them raps. And then the other thing that has come out of the camps that we do for young folks, as I meet more artists or we partner with different organizations, man, this thing is really driving. Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna fall over, like what? It's like blinking in and out. But we always learned that hip hop artists have like different initiatives, and like how can we get kids to not just create a concept for something, but how can we actually get things built? So we started a program called Hip Hop for Humanity, and it was a special program for me when we started it because of our first project. But this is where I grew up. I grew up in the city of Highland Park, Michigan. This is Detroit. It's like the freeway separates us. But Highland Park we had all of our thunder stole by Detroit. Highland Park is where Henry Ford started the assembly line. It wasn't Detroit. But this is where I grew up. This is where my wife grew up. But we never knew each other. We went to the same elementary, middle school, and high school. But never knew each other till like one day we were walking down the street college is done. We both working downtown. We pass each other. It's like, I think I know you from somewhere. And we started dating and put all the pieces together. But I learned later that the house she grew up in all that time did not have running water. So she grew up in a house with no water until she got adopted by her grandmother, and high school, finally had running water in the house. But it caused health issues, including us never being able to have a baby and other things that impacts the lives of, you can imagine somebody living with no running water. So I met this young lady, Dr. Kulea. She grew up as a part of the Samburu tribe in Kenya. So it's about 4 hours north of Nairobi. So I met her in Wisconsin. President Obama had mentioned her as a person who gives him hope on one of his presidential campaign trails. So she has this program called Samburu Girls Foundation. They do a lot of self-construction. She has over 400 girls who lives on the campus, but they don't have running water. So when I heard it, I'm like, all right, we're gonna try to figure something out right here. So that's me and my wife. We went there. We ran a camp for the young folks where we got them to design their campus, like what other buildings would they want on their campus. These are young girls that she rescues from traditional practices that are now illegal, like female genital mutilation, early marriage, etc. Like Dr. Kulea would go and literally snatch a girl from a wedding. It's like, what you gonna do? Are you gonna call the police and say that I snatched a young girl you was trying to marry? So yeah, she gangster. And then she bring them to Samburu Girls Foundation, pays for their schooling, all of that. But again, never had the funding needed to really build a campus out like she wants to. So we ran a camp. They made music about it, and my goal was to have hip hop artists now fund different buildings that they wanted to create on campus. But to my surprise, there was a hip hop artist. Lupe Fiasco. He's on my board for the hip hop architecture camp. But he helped start a company called Zero Mass Water. It's now called Source. But they create these panels. It's like a solar panel, but it's a hydro panel. You'll probably have heard of them before. They take water vapor out of the air and turns it into drinking water. But as a surprise to the young people at the end of the camp, they installed enough of these panels to give all the girls drinking water. And it wasn't just drinking water, it was like water that they can use for cooking, bathing, like all of that. But they installed enough panels to generate the water. So that's me and Dr. Kool-Aid. You see how tall she is. She's like super tall. And then it's my wife, so she got to come over there, play with some of the girls, share her story. So just the idea that now we're using hip hop. Lupe has a song, Hip Hop Saved My Life. So that's what we, kind of dedicated the project to. And, for my wife, it's kind of a full circle moment knowing that at least these young girls won't face some of the same challenges that she faced, but all through the power of hip hop. And then we always got to have rappers involved. So this rapper's name is Lamarte. He came down from Nairobi to perform when we did the ribbon cutting. And that's me on the camera, so it's like shaky and crazy. Yeah, so, that's another step where we want to get back to, like now that the pandemic is over and, it's a lot of hip hop artists who do a lot of work for good. Like, how do we get young people involved with those projects? Question, yes.
Young man, you are just amazing, and what you're doing is so impactful. One of my thoughts when you said earlier, how do we get those that either don't fully understand or embrace fully the hip hop art, not because they don't like it. But I'm a baby boomer, 77. So I don't understand it often because of it goes so fast. I can't follow them. But in terms of hip hop, do you also incorporate the inclusiveness of training your artists in places of respect? Some of the things that may hold me back as clergy, as an older person, when I came up, we always embraced respect and dignity and honor and pride. And so when you think of certain things you don't say around folks that are too young, children, words you won't use, do you use that radio language where they bleep it or teach them to cross generations with their music, reach people that would love, and there's many of your messages I just love, embrace, use, work with, but when it gets to certain words, you want to pull out the children, and because it's not for them. And then as an older person, they're getting disrespectful now. That's where I go with it. So do you do things to help teach and train them how to stay generational, cross borders, and include and respect, you know, with the dignity for your nation, for your people?
So two different answers to that. One, our young folks, yeah, they're listening to all PG-13 lyrics. I'm not having somebody, mama or daddy, run up on me that their kids came home cussing about something. So yeah, all of our young kids use, you know, it's all clean lyrics. It's not even bleeped lyrics. Like, it's just lyrics. Get straight to the point of what we're trying to discuss. Now, if I'm working with college students, I have an ongoing college course. One that I just ran at University of Missouri. I'm running it now at University of Detroit. Yeah, it's no such thing as a filter there. And hip hop is largely consumed by people who don't look like us. The biggest consumers of hip hop is not us. We're not buying the albums. We're not going to the concerts. So what I like to do is flip the script in those classrooms, and it's very unfiltered in the classrooms. And these are, it's not just architecture classes, it's like a cross-disciplinary course that I run, where we've created a rubric where you can score the relevancy of a rapper to a project that you might be doing, right? So you can look at, let's say you're building a park, a green space. We've created something like in architecture called like a LEED checklist, like you building a green building, or like, you know, it's something called LEED. It's like all these things you need to check off so your building be rated as a sustainable building. We created a rating for rap. So if you're building a park, we created a rating system where you can go and see what everybody has said about parks, but it's not PG-13 at all. It's like raw. We don't cut anything out. So I think our curriculum is age appropriate, but I will say too, what I love about hip hop is hip hop don't care about none of that. Like it's for who it's for. They're not trying to be appropriate. There's no such thing as appropriate. You can't be appropriate with people who haven't been appropriate with you. And sometimes you gotta be blunt. So, and if Cardi B made a song that your 5-year-old loves, it's less her fault. It's more your fault that your 5-year-old got access to it.
What about Sexy Red? No, we got one right here.
Hello, thank you for coming here today. My name is Hattie White. I'm with Young Community Developers. I'm a site director up here in Betrayal Hill that's also experiencing redevelopment and change. However, we have not had the luxury of having African American designers be part of our system. And what's the next steps? I've heard a lot of questions and comments around the youth. My big one for you is like a call of action. What things are in place to bring you to our city or nearby so we can get kids activated in these spaces and with these skill sets?
Yeah, yes. And yeah, thanks for that too. I mean, I would say, just related to that comment first, I'm gonna share my contact info again, but I'm putting the ball in y'all court to like reach out and make it happen. I know it's a lot of conversations or people I might meet, but really just speaking humbly, saying follow up, reach out so we can get the conversation going. But getting architects involved with projects like that, you know, 2 resources I give out. One is, again, NOMA, National Organization of Minority Architects. You know, so all of the black architects and soon-to-be architects around the country, most of us are a part of that organization. So being able to, if you wanted to speak directly to all the black architects, you want to speak to firm owners like myself. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think, you know, it's getting in touch with those organizations. Like what we do at NOMA, we had a partnership with the UN, for example, like bringing the UN in to speak to all the black architects around the country to, one, educate us on how to actually go after those projects. How do we know when those projects are happening and becoming available? Also looking at the RFP processes. So when cities put out RFPs, a lot of times it excludes, just in the way that it's written, it might exclude us from being able to work on a project. For example, my firm, a small firm, it's 8 of us. We've got nice sized projects. Like the Hip Hop Museum, you know, is $49 million, working on a Black Inventors Hall of Fame in Newark, New Jersey, another museum dedicated to like black inventors. But sometimes an RFP might come out for a project and it's like, you need to have 5 buildings in the last 5 years with at least a $100 million, like, yo, what? Now it's only the same people who get these projects who are even able to get the projects, right? So it's starting to look at how proposals go out. And that's why a lot of black firms that exist, they eventually dissolve or get bought out by a larger firm because they can't go after certain projects, right? So how do you sustain your employees, right? So that's an issue I know with cities and states. Even for, if you want to develop projects, you know, they look for developers with a certain amount of liquid cash, you know, or assets. It's like, yeah, I don't have $100 million, but I can develop this project in my neighborhood if you gave me an opportunity instead of somebody halfway across the country. So it's starting to dig into how proposals are put out there that makes it accessible to more diverse professionals.
Hi, my name is Lynette Mackey. I'm the CEO of Mackey's Corner. It's a suicide awareness and prevention. I want to thank you for everything you presented today. Amazing, amazing. I do also, on the side, I do trips to Africa, to Kenya. And with all the people that we give back to Kenya. I'm interested in giving back to that organization. I'm interested in our donations that we bring from the U.S., which we get a lot. Last time we just went, this year, we bought beds, mattresses for the entire village that we adopted. I'm interested in helping that organization. That really touched me.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely share that information. But yes, Samburu Girls Foundation. It's the name of the organization. Samburu Girls Foundation. They are in Maralao, Kenya. So, yeah, if y'all haven't been to Kenya, it's like one of the best trips I ever took. So we spent time in Nairobi. So we was in a big city, which to me was like being in Chicago. Right? We was there for like 3 weeks, and then we went from the city to the countryside, and yeah, it was amazing being out there. But I'll definitely share their information with you. I only took one, so put me in your luggage so I can go back. You have 2 more questions, and I'm gonna show y'all one more thing. We can maybe start in the back, and then we'll come up here.
I just want to ditto that I think we're all really impressed with the work that you have already done and are doing, so thank you for that. I have a question around how architecture can impact in a city like San Francisco where we don't have a lot of space to build new, and if the architecture can be part of sort of reimagining spaces or buildings that already exist? Yeah, I think that's basically my question, because we have no real estate. Like, everything is already here, but we are trying to sort of reimagine some of these spaces as they close and we reopen them, especially in our gentrified neighborhoods. And just wondering about, like, if that's like even possible, or do you mostly just work on ground up projects?
Well, I mean, what I work on is anything that improves the quality of life. I'll say that. That is my criteria for a project. So whether that's ground up or renovation, as long as I can say it does that, I work on it. But I think one of the things that people are starting to look at, which I'm sure is a conversation here, is looking at zoning and what buildings are zoned for and how can we, like office spaces, right? As people now are embracing that work from home on a more permanent basis, how do you start looking at office spaces being renovated into housing? Where I'm from, Detroit, a lot of the public schools in Detroit, student population drastically reduced. How can you start looking at schools as places for living? So I think it's like zoning is one thing that can be addressed, or that would need to be addressed, as you start looking at new spaces and how those spaces might be used around the city. That's one of the many things that can be discussed. But zoning is a big thing on that list. All right, and then I got one more. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kamari, in the Human Rights Commission, from Opportunities for All. So we focus a lot around workforce development for youth. And one of my questions, when you mentioned the prerequisites of being interested in both architecture and hip hop, I wanted to know if you could speak towards students that not necessarily had any interest towards architecture, like what were the challenges around that? Because I feel like specifically around like Black architectures, a lot of the issues is with exposure. Like that's not something that kids are being exposed to. I worked in education before. We're not talking about like what these different job opportunities could look like. So what do you envision that for San Francisco, and what were the challenges for students who are like, oh, I can never do that, or I don't even see like that, I'm more interested in the hip hop, but like what were their challenges and what was that like?
Yeah, I mean, again, for us, we want people to have an interest. Like you fill out the application to be a part of the program. I mean, if you just didn't check the box that you would be interested in exploring architecture during the camp, you just won't be accepted. But we still have people who check the box anyway. They just show up. And, our kids ain't bashful at all. So what I love about the hip hop community is I can tell you that architecture is cool. I can say it's great. I can talk to them blue in the face, but I won't be able to reach a kid like somebody who really got the pulse of the community, like a hip hop artist, right? If they echo my message, it makes it that much easier for me. So, for instance, in Memphis, we had a camp, and there was a young man there who actually killed the rap battle and the music video. But the first 3 days we're looking at architecture, he was disengaged. But a rapper came in, well, a couple of rappers, but one of them reached out to him during the camp. It was like, I noticed you're not really engaged. I can tell you're here for the music, but I don't want to hear nothing you rapping about if you ain't doing the architecture. That was enough to make him do the architecture. The fact that he wanted this rapper to hear him rap, so he's like, oh. And then after he did it, he was like, oh, this ain't so bad, right? He actually started to enjoy taking his words and turning it into something new. But it's being able to leverage the voice of the culture to like push our messages forward. President Obama did it to mobilize first-time voters, right? Voting. We can all talk about, hey, you should vote, but the moment you get somebody of stature to say it, it changes the impact of what you're trying to get out there. But yeah, there's a lot of young people who, I won't say a lot, there's a number of young folks who were not interested. They still checked the box, but after the camp, like they came the next year because they had so much fun. So we got a lot of repeat participants as well. And they know when they come the second time, they got to do the architecture, so they just fall in line. But then one last thing I wanted to show y'all was, how do you get, the other thing is getting brands and, partners. So a lot of times I go and I do these talks, and then people come up to me after, it's like, yo, what's your annual budget? I'm like, I don't know. I'm going to see what I get next year. We'll see what we could do, right? It's no, millions of dollars of grants that we have. And I joke with people like the American Planning Association. I know it's a sister here from them. The American Institute of Architects. I say, hey, y'all have invested like millions of dollars into this idea every year of like diversifying our architecture and planning professions. Millions of dollars every year you put into it. And all you can show is like 2% of the profession that's black. Give me that money. I can't fuck it up no more than y'all have already fucked it up. But then that message don't go over well because I always say I can't fuck it up no more than y'all fucked it up. I never take those words out. Yeah, so I let them know. But there are organizations I partner with who've seen the program and now they've gotten involved. So one is Shaw Contract. So Shaw is a carpet company, and they've seen the process that we have done, where I teach kids how to break down music and lyrics and create these textures and patterns. So they approached me about making a rug line. So Shaw is like the largest carpet manufacturer in the world. So part of the carpet that we're on now, I wouldn't be surprised if it's from Shaw. Like they do stadiums, they do hotels, airports, etc. They're based in Georgia, but they reached out to me. It's like, hey, how can we help? How can we use our brand? So not only did they give us funds to run hip hop architecture camps, but then they collaborated with me to make a rug line, and then the proceeds from the rug line go to support the hip hop architecture camps. And then they let me, design a product. So it's my first time designing something outside of architecture, and it won like the best flooring product of 2023 in the world, which is dope. So it's very nerdy, like interior design conference that y'all probably would never go to. It's like where all the new products come out, but this was the best product. And all of them are based, it's 5 rugs, each one of them based on something in hip hop. Like this one, I based it on like how DJs used to carry records. So looking at the textures and the patterns. And
did you show your chair already?
Oh, I did not show the chair, but I will show that one.
I want you to do a chair with us.
We definitely could do that. So this program was a brand now, like saying, how can we put our brand behind this mission? But they didn't just want to teach kids about architecture. They wanted to introduce kids to like making rugs, making textiles. So, we have a new program we started with them. And that's me with Tyree Nichols' mother after the camp. It's all his brothers and his dad. We're talking about building the park. But then I'll end with this one. It's another project where another brand, like they learned about the message. It's like, hey, we can give you money to do a camp, but how can we do more? So I made this, check my time. We good? I can show this one? All right. So I made a mural when, all the downtowns were closing and boarding up the buildings downtown during the uprising, so 2020. So I painted a mural on one of the buildings in downtown Madison, Wisconsin. And it was one strike for every second that Officer Chauvin had his knee on George Floyd's neck. I called it 526 missed opportunities. People could have stopped that from happening. I made it on this mural. This lady came and crossed out all of the tick marks. She was mad about it. It was ridiculous. Ended up stalking me. I had to get like a PPO on this lady. It was like crazy. But this company, Herman Miller, seen it. They seen me on the news talking about it, and they reached out. I'm gonna skip some of the background and just show y'all the chair. Ice Cube, y'all didn't know, he got a degree in architectural drafting. He wanted to be an architect before he was a rapper, and he said that this architect is his favorite architect. So this chair is owned by that company, Herman Miller. And they asked me what can they do when they seen everything that was happening. I said, give me one of those chairs. I'm gonna make a mural on the chair. And every interior designer, every architect who come to y'all website, I want this to be on y'all landing page. So they agreed. They sent me the chair. The chair's like $6,000, something I would probably never buy on my own. But the next day, the chair was like at my house. I'm like, okay, here we go. So what I did is I stripped it. It's usually like this wood chair. It's like this very like modern piece, like some beautiful chair. Yeah, they amazing company. But this is their like most luxurious piece. And so I stripped all the wood off, went to my Detroit roots. I had this guy who paint cars. He painted the chair. And I wrote names of victims of police brutality on the chair. So the original people who made the chair, this is them, Charles and Ray Eames. So back in the 50s, I think it was the 50s, they said that the chair was a special refuge from the strains of modern day living. It's like this poetic thing. It's like, oh, you can lay in a chair and all your worries go away. So I was like, well, here's people who haven't been afforded that refuge. And then we shipped the chair around the country. We had Instagram live discussions with different rappers, different groups, all to raise money for the hip hop architecture camp and organizations who made refuge for black children. Now the chair's at a museum in Wisconsin. But there was another brand who like, all right, how do we put our brand behind this idea? They caught a lot of flack. One of the funniest things was on Instagram. Somebody put a comment that said, once you go woke, you go broke. I'll never specify your products on any of my projects anymore. And their CEO, I hate this is on live, but I think, well, I'll say somebody at their company was like, I'm great that you expose yourself. We don't need you as a customer anyway. So they like really tapped into this idea. They're still a supporter to this day. They support camps, and it's like, we can give you money, but how do we help you educate a broader community rather than tapping into the 40 kids you tap into each city? So I think that's the other thing, is going back to some of the other questions. How do we broaden the message and the impact? So that's something I would love with all the powerful people in this room. Like, how can we not just impact a few kids here in San Francisco, but how do we broaden that to people around the country? But thanks for listening to me ramble some more.
Thank you so much, Michael Ford. Please give it up for Michael Ford. And let me just say, the sheer genius to even create the program for the kids, because I'm like, how did you even come up with that, right? It's amazing. So we are about to go to lunch, but our chair of the Human Rights Commission is going to share some important information about the specialness of this year.
Well, I'm going to continue, and thank you so much, Michael Ford. We appreciate everything that you're doing. And when you're talking about taking it national, let's take it global as well, right? Michael talked about his trip to Africa, his going home, his taking his lovely wife and turning it into a family adventure. Well, we're all the family. We're all the family here. And this is a special year because it is the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was written in 1948 by a committee of many, many nations and signed on to by everyone. At the time, Eleanor Roosevelt was the chair of that committee, the only woman and one of the few Americans on the committee drafting the Universal Declaration. Go look it up, Google it, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This event, Pathways to Parity, sponsored by us, the Human Rights Commission. Human rights are a national, an international, a global movement. It's not just local, although all politics is local, right? But it's not just local. We are part of a huge movement, a tremendous effort by many, many people. And so while we think, oh, one person can't make a difference, we really can because we are with many others, talking about the same thing, doing the same thing. So look up the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This Pathways to Parity is a kickoff in a way for our celebration this year. The anniversary is actually on December 10th. Our December 8th Human Rights Commission meeting will be dedicated to the anniversary. And as we're thinking, and I'm really totally inspired by Michael and the use of hip hop, let's look at the 50th anniversary of hip hop and the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration and bring it to our young people and ask them to bust some rhymes about which article resonates for you, and have a party and talk about this celebration and bring it forward so that the vote means something to everyone, so that education and healthcare and housing and dignity, the ability to marry and live as we see fit and not dictated to. And that's what this is really about. Before we go to lunch, I think it's very important for us to be thankful, to be grateful that we are inside, we have food, and to acknowledge where we are. Under the leadership of tribal leaders, we were able to develop a land acknowledgement. We also have supported the cultural district for the American Indian. And so as we look at land reclamation and reconciliation, let's acknowledge where we are. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. As the indigenous stewards of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. We wish to pay our respects by acknowledging the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush community, and by affirming their sovereign rights as First Peoples. Thank you.
So we are about to start lunch. We're going to line up this way and go around. But before we do, I just wanted to give a special thank you and shout out to Debbie Zinzabadia. Can you give Debbie a round of applause? Thank you, Debbie. Helped coordinate, worked on the logistics, secured the space for both today, this evening, and tomorrow. So thank you so much, Debbie. Thanks to the whole HRC team, and thank you to Arguello. I also want to thank the Warriors folks for opening up this space for us. So food around the corner, you can grab food and then walk around this way to get out. Let's, I don't want to be telling y'all what to do, but let's just be nice and orderly. And there's plenty, hopefully. Don't be the last one in line. No. People 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure it's been 5. So for those folks, and then Jessica, I'm not going to dance, Jessica. Let's just shut it down. Um, Good afternoon. Ooh, that was like a delay. Uh, Good afternoon. Again, want to give a shout out to the team, and let's recognize and thank Michelle G. and Michael Ford for earlier in the day. Thank you to the Warriors and Crankstart and GoFundMe and Mega Black and all the folks who helped cover the cost to make this happen. So give them a round of applause. Thank them. Ayana Moody from the Warriors was here earlier, walked through, and was just grateful to have us in space. I want to thank, whatever, I'm like Michelle, whatever you believe. I want to thank God, Mother Nature, or whoever for this beautiful day that we got here. But really grateful for this beautiful day. We are going to move into, so we want to make sure that before folks leave, that we, Michelle started us with this call to action, this challenge. And so want you to be thinking, because we're not going to leave here without people, fulfilling or following through on their pledge. And so we've got a little bit of a pivot in this afternoon. And so I'm going to have a conversation today, and it's going to go where it goes. Really had the amazing opportunity this summer to meet Lakeisha French from Future in Color. Give it up for Lakeisha, Future in Color. And Lakeisha is working on collecting and consolidating and analyzing and understanding what it is to have a document that really captures the Black GDP. So when we started thinking about this, convening this time, we really wanted to have a conversation around community and culture and the financial economic impacts of communities, and to really drill down and begin to understand that a lot of time the culture, the design, the things that are so special and unique to a neighborhood, or to, I saw Susanna earlier, I think about the mission, right? Like things that are very relevant to specific communities and neighborhoods, sometimes the people in those communities and neighborhoods don't get to benefit financially, right? And we talk about the booms that are happening, and those booms usually come with a level of gentrification. And really wanting people to start to unpack and think about like your financial value in your community, right? Like there have been these research studies that have talked about how communities of color or young people are the #1 consumers of like social media or digital work or things that are happening. But when we look at who's actually creating content, it doesn't correlate. And that we need to be a little bit more intentional about, like even Michael Ford talking earlier about architecture and talking about folks who are coming from public housing. Who's designing and developing the public housing developments? Because guess what? They don't just come in one day and say, here's a building. Like somebody's getting paid to design that, right? And what are the chances, based on the numbers that he shared with us today, that there are people that actually grew up in public housing designing future public housing developments, that understand what they need to look like or what was wrong with the development that they grew up in? And so really starting to think about how do we follow the dollar, right? And I think that is the piece that really resonated with me. And I was like, Lakeisha, we need to work together. You need to be in San Francisco. Everybody forgets that there are people of color, and I'll say specifically Black people in San Francisco. They do exist here. Might be a small number, but there are some people, who were born and raised here, apparently. We're not all transplants. But I just think this conversation, so I've asked Michelle G., who's done a tremendous amount of work around marketing and sales and talking to folks, and knows, folks who sat in her session know that she's like Googling how many people are doing this or how much money is to be made in this area. And that I have often, thank you to the Blue Angels, I have often said, like, when we start talking about, for instance, in San Francisco, there is a requirement, right, for local business enterprises, or to make sure that the first people that you give a contract to or that you favor are local businesses from San Francisco. And if you don't, they're supposed to get a waiver. And I've said we should really be looking at where the waivers are in San Francisco to determine what pipelines and jobs. And so there's apparently only one marine driller in the city and county of San Francisco. And so that person gets all the jobs that require like marine drilling, right? There are a lot of things within, so if you ever get a chance, and I'll try and find it, there's a list of all the departments that have gotten waivers to work with someone that is not a local business. And they have to go sometimes outside of not just the state, but outside of the country to get the good that they need. And so when we start thinking about businesses or workforce development, like, we should be tapping into that. And so I just think the two of them together to have kind of this conversation around GDP, which I think for a lot of us, I'm like, I dropped that class in college, but like, how do we kind of like humanize that and begin to have the conversation in a deeper space? So I'm looking forward to, and I hope you enjoy this conversation with Lakeisha French and Michelle G.
I took off my Nike flip-flops for y'all. All right. While we get the after lunch session, this is inappropriate, right? Got it? Okay. In your handbook or bio or pamphlet, you can read Lakeisha French.
Yep. Bio.
Voulez-vous français? You can read her bio. Let me just say this to start this off, and I'm going to ask some questions, and I'm going to give the floor to you to talk about this. Oftentimes, we get so mired in the day-to-day of what we're doing and trying to build and all the things that we're doing that we stop being inquisitive, and we stop asking questions, and we stop, researching things and looking things up, when before you would have to go pull out a dictionary or a phone book. Literally now it's on your phone, and we spend so much time following other people's lives that we forget to build our own. So if nothing else, today is going to be a reminder that there are people that don't want us to talk about GDPs and what we're worth and how we build. So this is an honor and a privilege and a blessing to be able to sit in a room where people are diverse as this, talking about how do we grow. And Lakeisha is going to talk about some of the work that she's doing, but I really want you guys to pay attention, because we already prayed no weapon formed. So it's up to you to release your mind and go beyond what feels comfortable, right? And let's really dig into what this notion of GDP means, why you're doing the research that you're doing, and some of the people that are supporting that conversation. So I would love for you to take the floor and just talk about some of the work that you're doing and why it's important to this audience right here.
Yes, absolutely. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. This is one of the most exciting conversations that I'm able to have when I get to talk with entrepreneurs. I spend a lot of time in room with economists and anthropologists and forensic accountants and folks that study and do this work in the financial sector, tracking GDP. But for me, this work began as a conviction. So I'll share a little story and tell you how I got here. And let me first say that I grew up in Jersey City, New Jersey. I grew up in the inner city. My parents were working class. I began to explore entrepreneurship for myself at a very young age, became a serial entrepreneur, but had a really tough journey and trajectory. I would walk in rooms and it just I wasn't exposed. And so I started to feel the weight of that in my lack of, like what you said earlier about graduating, right? So I realized I was doing a lot of activity, but there was little progress. And so I began to get curious and to start examining that. So that led me to become a what we call an entrepreneurship ecosystem builder, which just means that the work that I've done the past 19 years has been to help build equitable entrepreneurship and innovation hubs in countries and cities around the world to ensure that Black and brown communities have a pathway to participate and to have equity and ownership in those spaces where they're building new things and tech economies. And so in doing that work, I was very heavily on the academic side. I worked very closely with Georgia Tech and their Enterprise Innovation Institute. So I would see a lot of support for scientists and professors helping those scientists take their ideas that they've been working on and take them from concept to commercialization, right? And what's called R&D, research and development. But when I look at our communities, I don't see R&D. No R&D training, but I hear about culture all the time, right? But all I see is our culture being distracted, but us not getting credit for the things that we create and produce. And so this leads me to the GDP conversation. And so GDP, for those who may have skipped the class, is gross domestic product. And so simply, when I say Black GDP, let's just imagine the Black community was a country. It would just mean that and within 1 year, it's the amount of goods and services that we produced, right? Simple terms. But GDP is a collection of labor, land, and capital, right? And so the Black GDP report that we'll have coming out next year was meant to measure, quantify the contributions of the Black community across industries and sectors, particularly those industries that will be leading in GDP by the year 2045. So we wanted to go into the future. Why the future? Because when we look at the year 2045, 2 data points. One, if you look at the latest census, US Census, by 2045, the US will be majority, there'll be a new majority. But that won't mean anything if we don't have the economic power, right? And so by 2050, the largest concentration of young people will be on the continent of Africa. The future literally is Africa. And so when I think about 2050 and 2045, we look at, well, how can we carve out and quantify what the Black GDP is? So we get this data report, but data is not enough. And so how do we backwards design our contributions to accelerate our GDP, specifically to make sure that when we get to 2045 and 2050, we have taken agency and had a role in shaping what the future looks like for us, economically, socially, and politically. That takes backwards design. I'm a design thinker, so I love backwards designing. But backwards designing, specifically looking at the sectors and industries that will create and transfer the most wealth over the next 20 plus years. Why do I say that to a group of entrepreneurs? Because as you're building your businesses or thinking about what business you're going to go into, how you're going to monetize your intellectual property, we should be looking at the emerging and future industries. It's not just AI, right? If you talk to somebody who's in the tech space, they're going to tell you the future is not AI, it is deep tech, quantum computing, right? I went to take my kids to an exhibit in Atlanta about space, and one of the girls that worked there, she's like, oh, did you check this film out? And so there was something called a lunar colony. I was like, oh, that's exciting. And I thought it was, them dreaming it up. And she said, oh, no. They're actually working on building like the homes that will be on the lunar colonies. I said, oh, really? So I just, I got curious. I said, oh, really? And I said, well, do you know who's, are there any contracts that have been given out for these, homes that will be on the lunar colony? She said, oh, as a matter of fact, there are 2. One company's in Wisconsin, and they already have the intellectual property. So let me pause for a second. So imagine before we use lumber to build, right? Somebody actually acquiring lumber probably for free or pennies on the dollar, and then able to get contract and intellectual property, patents, trademarks. By the time we find out about the opportunity to get into the future of construction, we're going to be the workforce.
And won't be able to afford to live there.
And we won't be able to afford to
won't even
live
get
there.
to visit.
So this is why the GDP is important. Why now, though? Because as we look at technology advancement in the fourth industrial revolution, we have to ensure that we are not left behind. And we can't depend on anybody else to do that. And so the quantification of the Black GDP and looking at how the Black community has contributed economically to sectors and industries such as the creator economy, the music industry, space, manufacturing, real estate. Looking at the numbers is important because we need a paradigm shift. So often you see things happen like George Floyd's murder, moments like that happen where people want to give large influx of investment into our community, and that's a very emotionally driven response. It's a very privileged response. And so what my team and I started to ask was like, how do we move beyond this and have a sustainable, pathway? And so we want the numbers, data, right? Not just data, but my mentor used to tell me, know your numbers. Before you walk into any room, know your numbers. Know your numbers. We don't know our numbers. So we're at a disadvantage. Whether you're going to apply for a job, imagine the confidence, the agency that you'll have, that you'll feel being able to really, truly negotiate and understand what your presence alone, not just your skills and your talent, your presence, the type of economic impact that'll have. For instance, Deion Sanders, right? The prime effect. You look at things like that. And so we don't have the numbers. You hear people say, oh my gosh, Black people are so resilient. You guys contribute so much to culture. But we haven't quantified it, because when you get in the investment rooms and you start talking about return on investment, it comes down to the numbers. And so that's the point of the report. But beyond the report, we want to bring that to life. So after we release the report, we're going to host, and Cheryl's going to be, where's Cheryl? Okay. So San Francisco will be one of the first places where we'll host these salons. We want to have value creation salons. Why do I say value creation? We're not asking for handouts. We're not creating a Black GDP report to show people and say, see, look what you can give us. We want to build. We've been building. We've been creating, right? But we want to make sure we're intentional, and we have to have a plan. If you look at any community and you talk about gentrification, there's been a 20-plus year plan on that community. Where's our 20-plus year plan? And so, but it's not going to come with this big movement and wave of the Black plan and the Black economic. It's not going to happen like that. Right? It's just slow over time, getting the numbers, collecting the data, shifting the narrative, getting in rooms like this, talking to entrepreneurs, getting us to build in spaces where we are creating wealth. I'm just going to say this because I feel like we're having a family conversation. When the George Floyd murder happened, I remember looking at TV and also being on Facebook, and I'm still very much connected to people at home in Jersey. And I remember everybody being so excited and saying, I'm starting a business, I'm an entrepreneur. And they were having these pop-up shops, right, all in all these cities, and all of a sudden everybody was supporting it. And that's great, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I was like, I want my people to look, okay, if the floodgates have opened that fast, that soon, where y'all going? Where are you, right? They're in space. They're building in different spaces. And so we have to come together as a collective across the diaspora. And I don't say, and that's not just the Black community. The reason our initiative, our action tank, our think tank is called The Future in Color, because the future is color. The future is color. But if we do not realize that, if we don't increase our GDP, if we don't focus on value creation, access to wealth creation, not capital. You talk about access to capital, we don't have collateral. Okay, to go to the bank. So access to wealth creation tools, example, to sort of bring it down, one of my first businesses was a summer camp business that I started when I was 20 years old. And I was teaching young people how to build business. And so that program is headquartered at some of the top universities around the world now. Is that what I talk about all the time? No, but when you are an entrepreneur or a nonprofit leader, I don't care what type of organization or social impact you're doing, you have to be creating value. That is the only way to close the wealth gap. You have to be creating wealth and value. And so I could right now, if I ran into a gym, I can open up sessions. I can sell my IP. I made sure, so real quick, and then I'll pause, but the main thing I want you guys to take away is not this high-level Black GDP conversation, is how do you get more active in the Black GDP, get more intentional about what you're doing. And so we're looking at 4 pillars: innovation, right? Intellectual property. When you go, what are you creating? What have you contributed to your company that everybody says, oh my God, you're so good at this, and every time you put your hand on this, this happens. Start paying attention to those things. You have to monetize them. You have to protect those things, and then make tools of wealth creation out of those things. Innovation, advocacy. If we don't have policy, it has to end in policy. If it's not written, it's not so. Right, so we can do all the work we want to. So policy has to be there. Ownership, not entrepreneurship, ownership. There's more than one pathway to owning. And investments. And so how are we investing? If you look at the healthcare industry, the future of healthcare in color, the future of space in color, the future of manufacturing in color, does the Black community, what do our numbers look like in terms of investments or sitting on the stock market? And so in the Black GDP report, we will break down the sectors and industries looking at those 4 pillars and quantifying the numbers so that we're able to then make projections. The reason for those projections is so that we can start shifting, and in those value creation salons, call these industries to the table as well as entrepreneurs to look at how we can accelerate the GDP. But that is going to require it to be centered around you guys, right? And so we have to be ready. And I'll pause, but I'm just really passionate, and I could sit here all day and talk about this because I truly believe it. It's not just a research report. It's not just data. It has been my real life, and it is a thing that I talk to my family about as well. We have a lot of work to do, but we've been doing this. We've been creating. We just have to start leveraging. We have to organize. Anyway.
So give us the 4 pillars, because you said
innovation,
Yep.
advocacy, ownership, and investments.
Okay, got it. Because I also put tools and IP, and those are subcategories.
Yep.
Okay, great. So I want you guys to know, so Instagram makes about $5 billion a quarter on your stories and your narratives and your IP, right? And so if you took some of that back, what could you leverage on that? So I just want to talk about the room, because you're having a conversation way up here about GDP and about worth, and we have to do something. So you're starting your business tomorrow. What are the 3 things that you're going to do when you launch that business in order for it to be sustainable, grow, scale, and all the things that you're talking about? Like tomorrow morning, I'm going to wake up and what am I doing?
The first thing you're going to do is customer discovery.
Didn't I just say that, y'all? I just want to make sure. She didn't know. Okay, go ahead.
The first thing you're going to do is customer discovery. In my entrepreneurship programs that I used to teach, I taught scientific-based entrepreneurship to our community because we don't focus on that enough. So when I talk about the research institutions that I sat in the room and really extracted from, to be honest, and I was like, oh, okay, this is great. So could you guys do this in our community? They go, oh, no. Mm-mm. We only do that over, in other countries. Like, true story. But they will not come to our communities and teach it. Customer discovery. I can't tell you how many tech founders I have passed in the hallways of Georgia Tech that have become good friends, and I see them maybe every 6 months, and they go, hey, Lakeisha. I'm like, hey, how are you? No, nothing, launching this, tech company, working on, okay, where are you? Doing some customer discovery, got about 100 interviews to do, 100, 200 interviews to do. By the time I finish doing those, I might even have to build this out.
So tell me, so how do they do that? Like because I was asked a good question from my friend at lunch, and he's like, if you don't know what you don't know, so like you cannot leave this room, and it's been like, look, God says you say something that now has been amen, right? You got to know your customer. How do they do that? What questions? Because it's really important, because if you don't know your customer, what are you building or selling? Or what are you doing? Like, there's no end goal. So
yeah,
I want you to dig in a little bit on that, because I think it's so
important.
important.
Oh, and if I would have known that, I could have did a whole workshop, Cheryl. We could have did a customer discovery. We could have done that. So the first thing I'll tell you is to go look at Business Model Canvas, if you're not familiar with it.
Okay, are you guys writing this down?
Business Model Canvas.
Is it free?
Yes, you can go on YouTube. And you don't have to, people host classes on it, but you can go on YouTube, and there's some nice animated videos they put up now, and just start it like, you know, Google, go on YouTube and then find episode 1 and then go from there. Business Model Canvas. It is a tool.
I love this.
The Lean Startup, if you haven't heard of it. There's a book called The Lean Startup, and it's based off of Steve Blank's course of how to build a startup. He's still a professor at Stanford University, where, you know, he's the godfather of startups. And before Eric Ries wrote the book Lean Startup, he wrote it based off of Steve Blank's course. And Steve Blank's whole purpose was to do exactly what I just said, is customer development. It's called the customer development process and customer discovery. Very simple, but if you walk in any startup, in any company, they have things all over the wall, and they might be a $1 billion tech company, but they're still using Business Model Canvas, and they're doing design thinking. Those two things. So look up design thinking and Business Model Canvas. I became a design thinker because I was fascinated with the fact that it focused on human-centered, right? To your point about knowing your customer. So in the design thinking process, there's 5 steps. You have to ideate, you have to empathize, ideate, prototype, test, and you bring it. It's a feedback loop.
You don't have to. They can go look. They can go Google that.
Yeah. I'm also a you know, I'll teach you.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll train you.
No, because
So-
I want to, but because I want you to get to the other two. So,
Yeah. So look up Lean Startup, Business Model Canvas. You might even want to Google customer discovery, write all these down. And what you want to start with is about asking the right questions. It's not about asking questions, it's asking the right questions. And a simple way to start is with the one word, why? If I were to ask you a question right now and say, let's just, could somebody give me an example of a business, tell me about your business. Somebody. Wall Street Education. Who do you serve? Women, ages?
3 to 93.
Okay. Is there anybody in here interested in Wall Street Education? Okay. Okay. So if you were to ask her a question right now and just say, you know, if you say, well, how long have you been interested in doing this? And then she would give you an answer. Okay. And then why? Why is that? You want to live, right? You see how that's much different than your first response? If you get to the core of it, that's understanding your customer. So that empathy, the first step is empathy. So if you look at design thinking and the lean methodology are very similar. You start with empathy, understanding why. If I were to tell you to go find, look at somebody who's homeless, and if I gave you $1 million, what would you do? And these are called design sprints, right? And so you can look this up too, design sprints, but you can do this with your own business idea, and I recommend that you do. That's the first thing you can do when you go home, is to do a design sprint on your own business. You can start with 5 customers, you can start with family members or existing customers. But you want to ask the right question, but you want to ask why generated questions to get to the core of it, because a lot of the times that person may not be your customer, right? They may be a consumer of your product and not a customer, right? There's a difference between a consumer and a customer, and the Business Model Canvas helps you figure that out. So start with empathy, start with why, asking the right questions. I would say start with 5 people. My recommendation is talk to 100 people about your business, come up with maybe 5 questions that are centered around the why and get in a little bit deeper. And then what you go and do is you go build, or if you have a product already, and then you come back and say, is this what you meant? Does this help you? And you ask those questions. So that's a process. And it sounds so simple, but it is a moneymaker. It gets to the core. So they'll tell you the best tech companies and startups solve the simplest problems, and that's how they get to the root of those simple problems. So you may have a business and you may have 5 different products running right now. I would challenge you to boil that down, right? I'm not saying that you can't launch other products, but I would focus on understanding, almost create an avatar. Take a piece of paper and draw a person, and draw me who is your customer? You gave me very general answers when I asked you who your customer was.
You should know what they eat for breakfast, what time they sleep. And so those are the types of things. And so knowing your customer, what drives them. And every time you launch a new product or service, you should be going through this process again, because that's a completely new business. It's a completely new business. So a lot of people make a mistake. They invest money in manufacturing or buying more products or expanding outside of different markets, and you haven't gone through the process of creating a business model. And the purpose of the business model is to create profit. And then you'll see in the middle of the business model canvas, there's something called the value proposition. So almost like I used to draw a little thing like a heart. It is the heartbeat. That's the whole sole purpose. Everything you do around in your business is for the purpose of delivering that value proposition to your customer segment.
So do you start with the customer and then build the business model, or you build the business model and then find the customer?
You start with the customer. You start with the customer. If you have, since we're talking ownership, if you are acquiring a business and they have already identified the customer, so either way you're starting with the customer, right?
Yep.
It's just you may not want, you want to get to know that because things have changed, right? You might acquire a business who, built that business based off of 10, 15 years ago, and it's a totally different world now. And so you need to go through that same process.
Yeah. And even if you have a nonprofit, listen, you still are serving somebody. So it's the same process. And I bet you at least 90% of people in here, you had an idea, you're going to put your little business model together, whether it's on a napkin or something. You're like, oh, I'm going to build this out, and my product's going to be dope, and I'm going to be helping all kind of people because I'm from the town or San Francisco. And then you build a model, but really nobody wants your product because you didn't start with the customer. So I love that. So you start with the customer, number one. Two,
you build the value proposition out.
Yep.
And so a good way to start with the value proposition is to Google, look up the Golden Circle. Anybody fans of Simon? Okay, you'll see look up the Golden Circle. He has a nice, cute video. The Golden Circle is 3 circles, and it starts with is why, how, and then what. So let me give you, for example, Apple, right? If you think of an Apple commercial, have you ever seen an Apple commercial and have you heard them explain, like think of the iPad or the iPod or, the iPhone. Do you ever hear them explain and talk about those products in the commercials? What do you see? But more importantly, and I think you talked about this earlier too. No. What do you see in the commercial? What'd you say? The customer using it, but also the feeling after, right? They take you through a story, through a journey. It's the emotion. So I remember like the iPad, the FaceTime, like the first FaceTime commercial, and they didn't say a word because you saw at the end was the FaceTime thing show up. But it was 2 parents and their daughter went away to college. And they showed all these pictures of memories, and they showed them taking her to college, and then they showed the parents at home kind of lonely, and they showed the daughter sitting there. And then what did they do? The FaceTime. And then the parents were able to see their child, which at that time, that wasn't possible. If you went to drop your kid off at college, you had a hard time, really connecting with them or seeing them. And so you felt that if you were a parent in that moment of ever taking your child to school or just have an adult child where you don't get to see them, the power of being able to pick up a phone and see their face was powerful. And then you just see FaceTime or whatever, and it's like, oh, wow. But that's the Golden Circle. They start with the why, the how, and then the what is the last thing. So I'll take it a step further. So that's how you get to value proposition. You begin to get to value proposition by focusing on the Golden Circle. Start with the why, how, and then what. But do the same thing for yourself as the founder and the entrepreneur. So I always tell people, I call it personal value proposition, your PVP.
Who was in my session? Come on, did we not talk about? This is so good.
And so same thing with you. Start with the why. So if I ask somebody a question like, I'm just gonna pick on somebody. You just in my view. Tell me about yourself.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Saida Leatutu Birch, and I am an organizer, an activist, and a disruptor of white supremacist ideology.
Okay, all right. That felt good, right? Sounded good. But I wanted you to tell me your why first, right? So try to reverse engineer that. So the last thing I want you to tell me is what you do, how you do it,
but I want you to start with why, like your purpose. So because you could be in any role, but why, when you show up, your fingerprint, why? What's your why? You know, I think you said, because the last thing you said, I'm a disruptor, right? And so I would probably say that first. You know, I'm a disruptor. But the last thing I would want to hear is your title or, you know, the work that you're doing, right? And so it's the same thing with a business. And so as founders, a lot of the times when we don't have that approach to ourselves and the building up of ourselves as the founding entrepreneur, the person that's going to execute this business, it's a lot of the times reflected in your business model. So we have to do dual work as we're doing that.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I always like to mess with people. They're like, oh, you know, you jump on a plane and you sit down. They're like, oh, what do you do? And I was like, changing the face of, you know, like I just say something. They're like, oh, I meant, what's your title? I was like, oh, but that's not who I am. That's just what my title is. Yeah, you know, you like to mess with people. Okay, so I love that. Everyone got that? Number one, know your customer. Number two, you have to have your value proposition. And what the world wants you to do is lead with your title so you can get away about the impact that you're going to have. The iPhone commercial is about the impact that the technology had on your family, your life, building relationships. It had nothing to do with the piece of equipment that was.
That's why they get our money
That's
over
why
and
they
over
get exactly
and over again.
Number three.
I'm gonna get really practical. Go onto the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office website. There is a course that you can take for free, and they will pay for your trademark and patent if you take the course. The course is free. It's the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. A lot of times it's about access to information and knowledge of knowing things. Protect your intellectual property. What you have between your two eyes is the most important piece of real estate that you own.
But do you need to trademark it, or do you just need to? I don't think everything needs to be trademarked, right? I think some things do in certain industries, but some things you just need to create your business, do your LLC, and you
with AI and technology, I would say yes.
No, AI and technology, absolutely. If you're trying to, you know, launch a consultancy, probably not. So I just want you guys to know everything doesn't. My husband's an attorney, like, thank God. So everything you do doesn't need to be trademarked, but in certain instances it does, and that's great information to know that you can get it done for free.
I would say,
because it costs a lot of money to get something trademarked.
It does, but this is part of our work, right? Us as ecosystem builders, and to try to break down those barriers. I would say yes, right? I would say yes. I would say if you go home and you think of an idea, whenever you can protect you never know. And that's part of building, that's part of wealth building. You know, it's like an arsenal. Even if you never use it, but to your point, the cost. And so that's when we get into the barriers in our community not having the resources, and we should. And because we don't protect things, or we walk and we share information. We go work for a company, we consult, we give advice, and we create new models and paradigms, and we don't realize it, and we just talk and being who we are. Right? And there's so much value and wealth in that.
Well, more importantly, if you work for a company, you don't realize in their bylaws it states anything that you create when you walk in that door must be left there.
And it's time to renegotiate that.
Yeah. Or if you have a great idea, give them everything else and hold that one back. Mm-hmm. So when you walk out, you can take it with you.
You can take it with you. And so which leads me to social capital.
Yeah, that's a great segue. I didn't even mean to do. Oh, I'm so good at what I do. Yeah,
it's so
amazing.
Good. I caught it. I was like, she was going there. Social capital, the next thing that you need to do. Yes. So protect your ideas, especially if you have, to your point, a product, a piece of technology. But I would say a lot of us, we think, oh, because we're in the consulting space, because we're in a thought leadership space, because we're in a nonprofit space. No. Think twice before you go. Even if you work for a company, before you go and present an idea to your boss, show up differently in that conversation. You know, I want to talk about something I've been thinking about. Don't go and say, I want to do that, because in their defense, you presented it as an employee. Right? You didn't come to me and say, could we go out for lunch? Could we have a conversation? And so I've been thinking about the work we've been doing, and so I've been working on something, protecting it right then and there. So to your point, you don't always have to have it legal. And there's ways to do that.
Come on, sis. And some people you don't have that conversation with at
all.
Some
people you don't have it with at all.
Right. Like, you got to have the spirit of discernment. When you want to share information, Matter of fact, you need to look around this room and find you a buddy, mentor, somebody that you can feel comfortable with having a conversation, because these people are out to steal, kill, destroy, and then we'll look at you in a meeting and be like, oh, did you say that?
Oh, did you say that? I didn't remember that.
Come on.
That's so interesting. Like it was literally like last week.
No, right. Bring it back. Man, you about to bring the Oakland out of me. I'm about to get mad for no reason at all.
So, but the other piece, so social capital, and then the other piece of it is execution. Yeah. Be a doer. Yeah. And so this is what we were talking about earlier down there when we saying, difference between busyness and productivity.
Yeah, I want you to dig into this, okay? Because this is so important. We feel like, I hear it all the time, but I put in the work, but was it smart work? And was it work that's going to get you what you built your why for, because you understand your customer and you know what you're doing, right? So this is like, if we don't do anything else, if y'all are spending 12 hours a day on something that's not going to get you anything, shame on you. So come on, sis, preach a little bit before we got to get out of here. I love this.
But, so somebody asked me a question one day. I think we were on a Zoom, and they were like, hey, like, how's your week going? Or how's your day? Something. And I was like, oh, and I started to say, I was so busy. And I paused, and then I thought, because I know, like, the work that I was doing, I was being very intentional. I was proud of myself. I said, it's been a productive week, actually. Like, I'm tired, but it's productivity. It's a different type of tired. Like, I'm not weary, I'm not running the Red Queen's race. I'm not running in place. Like, it's been very productive. And because it's been productive, at every juncture, there's more to do because I'm moving the needle.
Because there's measured
outcomes.
Yes.
And you have to be moving the needle. So I would say take inventory. Hold yourself accountable, or find somebody around you that's going to hold you accountable. I know for me, it's my mama, and so it drives me crazy. But I'll call her sometimes just to say, put something out there and say, I'm going to do this, because I know she's going to hold me to it and say, well, I thought you said, And so I'll make sure that I'm sort of keeping that there, because I'm constantly having ideas, right, come up. So I would say busyness is letting the tide take you, right? You want to surf, you want to navigate, right? You want to and that requires you to take a step back and take an examination of the ecosystem, the community, the resources, the people around you, the social capital, the activities happening around you in your community and your family. And if you're in a specific sector or industry, you should be, and I wouldn't say don't just look at that industry, but also look on the side and look at what's happening and direct your activity or what you're doing towards making sure that, okay, tomorrow I'm going to talk to some people in the energy sector. I'm going to try to build a relationship with somebody there. I'm going to try to, so that way if you're on a phone or if you're online looking up folks, or you cold emailing or calling, or if you're asking somebody for a favor, you're being intentional. And so again, this goes back to backwards design. Yeah. You got to have a plan. I know that's not a sexy thing, but you have to be intentional. You don't have to have like a 3 or 4, because if somebody tells you to write a business plan, I'm just going to tell you flat out, this might not be a popular opinion. When somebody says, where's your business plan, or write a business plan, I automatically know that person does not, like, they're outdated. I'm like, you only need a business plan if you're operating a business. If your company cannot function when you're not doing something in it, it is not a business. You have a startup. That's a big difference. So look at what you're doing, right? And sometimes that's because we're not being productive, we're being busy. And so we're not really building out. And so you're just constantly stuck in startup mode, right? Where you have to be, we need more time to focus, to work on our businesses and not in them. But this also goes back to your point about the resources, right? And so if you have to work a job and you have to do, it's really hard to work on your business. And so I call it the freedom to fail. And that's the type of funding we need. That's the type of support we need to give us the freedom to be able to fail. So all these things we just said, I just want to just make a note of that. Like, all of this is great, but we realize you guys also need the support from the ecosystem builders, the organizations, the people that are saying that we're doing work to help Black entrepreneurs, right? But we need to have these conversations. So we did some research. We got a grant. My company partnered with Morehouse College and Georgia Tech and I'm just going to say this, my experience at Georgia Tech, I dealt with a lot of racism when I was working with them, and we've had candid conversations about this. I was a small business that was on a federal contract with the Department of Commerce, and our goal was to build what's called the hub, and we were connecting the regions from Florida to Kentucky, so that minority businesses. This was the MBDA, the Minority Business Development Agency, so that minority businesses could grow across regions. So for instance, if you're living in Florida and you're building a business in the energy space, and Georgia or Atlanta has a class or a course or funding or an accelerator that can really help you and support you, you may not have the money to go or the wealth to go and move to Atlanta and move to Georgia for a few months to access those resources. So how can these hubs and accelerators and incubators work together to provide resources across region and create a hub where you're able to access those resources? Within this, we did some research, and they were a little bit against it. And so we asked, we want to just talk to entrepreneurs. And we talked to over 100 entrepreneurs going back to the customer development. And we said, what would you have needed when you got started to give you time to work on your business, to build a sustainable business model? Like, what's that? And we wanted to get to the number, like amount of money. You know how much it was? Like, that would sustain you for a year to be able to work on your business. Anybody want to take a guess?
$60,000. It's not a lot.
It was $25,000.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Which is sad, right? It's like, that's...
Do you think they knew?
They didn't. No, but here's the point of asking the right questions. And we had to do a lot of, and we did like these interviews, and it was hard because it would have been easy to send a survey or like what everybody does. And we took time, and some people were pissed. Like, they were like, why is it taking so long? And we were like, we want to sit down with and get to, and we looked at their books, and we looked at, and like, what is that number you would have needed? You know why? Because we wanted to go to the MBDA and say, that's fine that y'all are putting funding behind these. You keep putting out these RFPs for proposals and all these different solutions you're trying to build. But can y'all just give the entrepreneurs that are in the places, just give them $25,000? You know?
Yeah. Because it costs you more to actually build the model than to just give people $25,000. Yeah.
And they didn't like that. But anyway, we put it in the report. But little simple things like that. And so, but social capital, protect your IP, research and development, R&D. You know,
it really is down to Google, or if you have a child in college, tell them to ask some of their classmates. Like, focus groups and information can be gathered from a number of people. That we're saying R&D because, listen, I work for some of the biggest companies, so we do R&D. But then I just got on Google. I learned so much about myself. I just captured that information to use it. I think the important thing is, as soon as you start a meeting asking somebody for something and you say 25%, 30%, as soon as you start with the percentage, they think you're smart. It's literally Jedi mind trick. You could know one number. They're like, yo, this sister came in here today and she gave me a number. She must be smart. It's so crazy.
And they're like, what do you need? What do you need?
No, seriously. Like we talked about this, research is so important, but it's just like something simple. Oftentimes can help you. So I don't know how much time we have, but before, we'll take. Yeah, okay. So we'll take questions. I do want to ask this though. So short answer to this. So I was a corporatepreneur, right? Because I didn't really, I was just like, I like my corporate paycheck, and I became a full-time entrepreneur. But I learned so much in corporate America. Do you recommend people? I talked to a young brother here. People interning to get big corporate ideas, big corporate people. You're building relationships as they're building, or is that wasting time because that's busy work? What's your thoughts?
Oh no, I would say yes.
Okay.
I mean, the wealth gap, right? If we're gonna talk about the wealth gap, the only thing that will close the wealth gap is generating wealth. Period. I mean, we could sit here and have all these fancy conversations about it. It's the only thing that will close it is to generate wealth. So, I think when I hear people say, well, if you want to build wealth, you got to build it, but you can't do the core, you have to leave, you can't have a job, or you can't leverage it. Some of the smartest people I know that have navigated business or that have even given me great advice have been people that have worked in corporate and have figured out or stayed there, and that's a sacrifice, and sometimes and taking one for the team sometimes, right? those are the people that you want to partner with and that you want to collaborate because they have access to a level of social capital that you don't. And then you could make a plan. Like I've literally done this. I have a colleague, one of my good girlfriends, that she's here, but we've done this over the years where everybody has a part to play.
Yeah.
And for years, her role, like wherever she was in corporate, she leveraged it. But we were intentional, and we had those conversations. And I'll leave with this. Out of everything we just said and talked about how everybody, we need more funding and we need this and we don't have access to this, we have enough. We really do, y'all.
We just got to go.
We have enough.
Yeah.
And I would encourage you to, when you're doing business with your colleagues or your friends or your family or people that you're in business with, have that equity conversation, with them. Around that person that works in corporate that you want to build with and they have leverage to that. Don't go to them and ask them to do independent contract work for you. Give them equity. Have the equity. Pull out the cap table. Have a conversation of things that you're building. Like, we have to walk our talk. So, I'll leave it there.
I think we're going to open up for questions, yes. Any
Questions?
questions?
To hold the mic.
Drop it.
Comments or questions, or both, but the comments have to be quick.
No dissertation.
No dissertation. Say that again, doctor.
I had a quick, just a quick question. Can you name the class that you mentioned for the patent? Or is it just, it's readily?
It's readily. Go to the U.S. Patent and Trademark. Just go Google. And they have it's a patent and trademark. It's a course. Yep. They change the link sometimes, so you have to play around with the webs. They don't put it in your face. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Thank you.
Now, I'm blind, so y'all got to raise your hand if you have a question.
Other questions are percolating. I did want to just ask the two of you because you talked about social capital, but I think the importance of relationships and social networks. Like I think sometimes we miss. We hear capital and we miss something. And so all the folks that are in this room, all the relationships, and I think both of you, like I've seen, in spaces and places and leveraging those relationships, like just talking to somebody, and then realizing, oh, they own this or they own that. Like I think to just hit a little bit on social networking and relationships and never knowing. I will say this, I met Michelle with somebody. And I'm not going to say who or what.
I'm going to. No, I'm not.
Yo, I love it. And the other person was really almost dismissive. And I was like, look, I'd like to know and meet everybody. And an opportunity would have been missed if I had been like, oh, I don't know her. I don't need to try and talk to her. Right? So I think, they always.
First of all, don't dismiss people from Oakland, okay? And she didn't even know who she was dismissing, okay? And Cheryl and I, we connected over that dismissal. Okay? That person's going to have to loop back and come back this circle. But I do want to share this. So I heard so many impactful stories, and it was such a mind-blowing situation for me. So in 2021, a very untalented person fired me from a job, okay? He wasn't even worthy of my presence. Literally, I just took the wrong. First of all, I left the company, took the job because I was unhappy there. So never leave someplace because you feel forced out. Leave when you're ready and the right opportunity comes along. That's the first thing. So God will teach you a lesson. So I went to this place, got fired. It was all worked out. But anyway, somebody asked me the question about why I left, and I decided to be open and honest. I said, you know what? This is the first time in my life. I was over 50. I got fired from a job. Whatever the reason was, that one post, that authenticity got me social capital because it took my following from LinkedIn from about 3,000 to 50,000. So now when I post, because of my honesty, authenticity, the way I framed it up, I'm from Oakland. I just like to keep it real. It literally, now people follow me. They want to understand me because I was honest with them. You have stories that if you're open enough to share because you know God will use you to do it, you can gain some social capital online instead of following people and posting your little outfit. Like, get some real, literally, we have stories and we've been through things that can help other people, and I'm telling you, can grow your footprint And when you have that following, then you get paid a lot of money to go speak. Then you can write your book and you already have a following. Then you have an ingrown focus group to go get information. But we don't use our story, our trauma, our pain with good intention, and you get something good on the outside. So I wanted to share that because you brought that up, and I think that that's really important.
So my story is when I first started my business, I was afraid to put my face on it. A lot of us experienced that. Or don't use your last name. Or first name, Lakeisha. Right, the last name, right. Oh, you French? And so sometimes I give it, you go, oh, Lakeisha. I'm like, no, la. I have let the lay pass back in the day. But when you said authenticity and faith and trusting yourself, trusting God's timing, whoever you serve. But that was a journey. And so I would encourage everybody, as much as we're talking about wealth, wellness. Wealthy people do something, and most of them that we see are white counterparts, but wealthy people do wellness well, right? The wellness leads to wealth. The sustainability, even ideas. You got to be available mentally, emotionally. To your point about relationships, Cheryl, like if you meet people and you are not well or in a place where you are available or accessible, energy speaks before you do. And so I would say in that, building relationships, your relationship with yourself first, and examine, be comfortable with who you are, stand 10 toes down in who you are. But this is, again, going back to the Black GDP report and why we said the numbers, because we just wanted something also to be a gift to the Black entrepreneurial and innovation community, to give us something else to be able to take that agency in your life and to have something as simple as, everybody you see talk about data all the time, and we don't have a lot of our history. We don't have the data. So, but yet and still, we still create, we still innovate. But progress, to your point. So I would say put your name on your business, put your face on your business. I just want to be real. Hold on in this moment. Because I'm saying that, but I also remember a time, and I know that y'all go, and I remember going to events and seeing people speak on panels, and I'm like, it's easy for y'all to say that because you're there already. And so I know when y'all walk out of here, there's some people who are like, okay, you said that, but for the next year or so, I'm not doing this because I'm making money. And I don't want to mess up my cash flow because I'm feeding my kids, I'm paying my bills, I'm doing this, and I don't know what that's going to do. But that healing process will get you to a point where you're able to then make that transition.
Yeah. You know what? This is like, we make a good team. So, and then we're going to let someone ask another question. But in this moment, if there is anyone in here that is angry, that is holding a grudge against somebody, that can't get over something, I'm telling you right now, the Spirit has spoken. You need to leave it in this room because God cannot fill you up unless you leave something behind. I really, really, really mean that, and I had to forgive so many people before God could give me all my gifts. I mean, bad people with no good intentions. But I just said, God, please just make their punishment bad so it'll make me feel better not to do that. But you know what I'm saying, okay? So thank you for that, opening that door up for that, because I think that needs to happen in this room. There's a gentleman right
All
here.
right, I got a couple of people. We'll start here.
Uh-oh,
Keep your hands up so I know where you're at.
We'll come to you, sir.
Sorry, I was squatting on the floor. This is a question about intellectual property. There is an open source movement, and I have mixed feelings about open sourcing things that you work towards, and I feel that the community that is promoting open source doesn't have an understanding of having an idea stolen and having your resource stolen. So how do you balance that when you're trying to protect your intellectual property but also work with a community that largely wants to open source almost everything? Thank you.
Yes.
So like open source, it could be anywhere. Like even sometimes grant proposals, like you'll read that fine print. Sometimes they'll say like they want all this information for you to fill out the proposal, and they'll say like anything you put if you read the fine print. And it's just open, and so that trust and having your ideas stolen. So I'm going to circle back to like relationships again, and then I think I heard you mention this earlier. Get an attorney in your network. So you talked about things to do when we leave here. Yeah. You know, whether pro bono, this is part of like relationships, right? If you're at a place where you know you have something really good and you're like, I don't know, I can't hold, I have to talk about it, right? Or there's some opportunities. And so, along with going to do customer discovery and all those things, an attorney and an accountant. Because everything we just told you guys will do no good if you can't sustain it and if your books are not right. And if the back end and the operational part of your business is not, and that is going to come from relationships, because a lot of us do not have the capital to be able to pay for it outright. Yeah. And that's just the truth. I mean, until we do, but it's like you have to use relationships to get those things, but put them as a priority. Don't go working on the idea and putting up a website, and all of that does you no good if you don't know how to protect it. So to your point, find a relationship, curate, a relationship with somebody, and share your story. Like, don't just make it transactional, but like, hey, I'm at this place, like I'm trying to do these things, but I'm really uncomfortable. And so, do you have any, advice, and, or somebody else that may do it. And so sometimes that is the work. It's not just coming up with ideas and going to lunches with people. I can't tell you how many meetings that I've had. Be careful about that, Could I have, introductory calls and things like that when you talked about like being intentional with your time, and it's not, and also so that you're not transactional, right? And so if you're in a certain space and place, you want the people that you're spending time with to be people that you're able to fully lean into, and so that's I hope that answered your question.
And you know what? I'll say this real quick. So, I have I'm an entrepreneur, have a legit business model, have like literally millions of dollars in my pipeline. I'm not announcing to the world until February, because I want a win under my belt. I want to be able to have a story to tell. I don't want anybody praying against me. So so you have to understand how important timing is as well, right? You got to build your board, I call it my personal board of directors. On my personal board of directors, yes, my husband's an attorney, but one of my best friends, I don't even go to him because I got to take out the trash 10 times. I got to do all this stuff. I'm not doing that. But my girl, Tiffany, she'll look over every employment contract, right? So you have to understand how to build your circle and who's willing to be on your team. And I guarantee you, if you search high and low, because that has value to it, an attorney might be $100,000. So you have to understand that's $100,000 your business just made because you asked somebody to help you. And women, sorry men, like we really do want to help one another. Like we really will give our time and services. So that's a great valuable point, sir.
My question was, could you talk about why people are so afraid, not of failure, but of success? Because that is what, for me, I feel a lot of times I have ideas, but the fear of stepping out there and putting yourself out there.
Well, so I would challenge that, okay? And it's so funny. So I talked about my daughter in my earlier session, but I have a 16-year-old son who is like really great, a great student. And his second grade teacher said, your son has the fear of failure, so he won't try. And we're like, what? He can't be, he didn't come from this lineage. We've tried everything. And the reason that is because, and then Lakeisha, I'm going to hand you, it's because our community is taught that we don't get a second chance. Because when we fail, we shouldn't even been hired. Not a bad day, not that we shouldn't have been drafted. And I want every single person to get that out of your head right now. It's such a great question, because my greatest lessons, I said when I got to Ebony and Jet was a CEO, I didn't hire the right operations person. And I left it up to someone else, but that position is so important. I should have taken that. So it was my failure. But let me tell you how I learned from that, and it made me a better executive person. We can't think our failure leaves us from the table. Get that out your head. Failure makes us better, like, period. The second thing is fear and faith can't live in the same body. It literally cannot. And when I read that scripture, and when someone told me that, I was like, I let fear reside where my faith should be. And you gotta choose. Am I waking up today with faith, or am I wake up today with fear? And every day you ask yourself and you make a decision, I'm walking with faith today. And when you do that and you say it, you move differently.
Commanding and control. This is a lesson that I had to learn. Recently, I had gone through some experiences in motherhood. I had 2 very difficult pregnancies. My oldest son was a 1-pound preemie. I lived in the children's hospital for years, slept on hospital room floors in the NICU, surgeries, everything. And so that put me in a place where I was trying to keep everything. I didn't have any control over that situation, and I just had to, lean on God. But what I did start doing was I started mistaking control for having command in my life. And I realized, like, if you're trying to control everything, you have command over nothing. Yeah, that's a good point. Right? And so we have the power and agency to direct our path and the trajectory that we're on, our businesses. So when you leave out of here, you have, my first program was called CEO of My Life, because I believe that. That was my article when I got fired. Really? Oh my gosh. And because, but I remember walking around, like I would take the train over to New York and I would go to like the Twin Towers and stuff, and I would look up in New York and I would wonder, like, how do I become a part of this? And I realized, like, nobody was coming to save me or to come to like pull me in there. And like, it's grid locked up north, and it's like, you can't get in. But that and some other things in my past and sense of, abandonment from my biological father, all those things, I realized, like, I had this thing with, like, having the fear of people disappointing me and all these things where I, like, kept things in compartmentalized in boxes. And what I realized, like, okay, you think you control, like, you're trying to control things. Like, I run a business, I'm an entrepreneur. Like, I know a lot of you feel this, like, I'm doing this, and when I leave out of here, everything they said, I got to write it down. But then I got to go this, I got to go grocery shopping, I have to go help take care of my mom, I got to go check on my family, I have to do. Take a step back and let go. When you say let go and let God, like literally, like don't, like everything that we're saying doesn't mean you leave here and then try to go like, go crazy and controlling everything and trying to make things happen. Authenticity also means just being who you are and moving, but that requires a level of being in touch with yourself. And so I know a lot of the times you sit and see people on panels, and I'm just saying this because I was that person before, and I would say, oh, they're saying this, they sound so authentic, but like once they leave here, I'm not going to be able to contact that person. I'm not going to be able to, and then they'll say, well, they don't really connect with you afterwards. But one thing I learned, I stopped complaining and started looking around a few years ago and was like, what's the common denominator between all those people on those panels? Like, and I started like really like researching them, like really figuring out. And what I realized is that they take ownership, they bring value to whatever they do or wherever they come. So when Cheryl said relationships, you also can't expect to meet somebody, get their phone number, get their email, tell them about your business. You really need to go home and think about what value can I bring to this person. It don't have to be money, right? It's like what value, what's your, and I was asking, what's your biggest pain point right now? What's the most painful thing like for you in your life? Maybe I can help figure that out. I might not have this, I don't have the network you have, but I can help you do that. Right. Mutual value exchange. It's salt and pepper. It's the mutual value exchange, but that is going to help you. So when you look, don't feel discouraged or don't feel upset or angry because, when you feel like I can't, like, I got this good idea and like I'm just this, and yes, you are. We're no different than each other. But just bring value. And that's what I found. Once I started focusing on showing up with value and bringing value to the table, every room I stepped in, owning your energy, owning how you like that, you call it to you. You call it to you, and you'll start seeing that needle move. So,
yeah, it's people always ask me like, "Why'd you write the book?" I was like, I didn't really care if anybody bought the book, but I saw everybody sat on a panel had written a book, and so I just took 6 months. I said I can bust out a book because I know that that corny book they wrote, I could do just as good as that. Like the point is, and Lakeisha is a great point, is you got to understand the barriers to entry. And oftentimes they're not that big. They're like the difference between Me and you I took 6 months to write 100 pages about my life from Oakland. And I maybe sold 5, 6, 7,000. I don't know. It wasn't a whole lot. People didn't like the title. I don't care. But what I get to go fly and speak is what I wanted. And I paid attention to what the barriers to entry are. So, like, the point is, you got to think about these little things that you're so distracted in your day-to-day, mired down with this and that, and the person from FedEx didn't get here on time, and you could have asked a simple question that's worth $1 million. Like, literally. Any more? Any
Yeah, we
last
got a couple
question?
more questions, but since I have the mic, I want to ask this.
Oh,
Because
okay. And listen, if anybody has to leave, we just having family time. We like a big family reunion right now. Don't feel bad if you got to get up and go. Even if you're sitting in the front row, we still love you. We understand. Okay, please.
But I think this is important because it's community, and I hear you talking about the future. And I think we don't really talk about collaboration and partnership, what it really look like. We hear people on panels talk about, we need to collaborate. This is how we're going to do it, work together. But then in the community, it's not happening. It's more competition or more gatekeeping, people now trying to see you advance over them. How do we do that? And then I'm going to give him the question.
Hyper, write this down.
I'll write it for you. Yeah, she gonna write it for me. Go ahead.
Hyper interdependency. You got to get in a place where you are comfortable, and that requires great humility, checking your ego at the door. Right. Where you, I remember, like, and to your point about like working on things, Future in Color, I started working on Future in Color at the end of 2019, right before the pandemic. So it's been almost 3 years. But I remember the people, and I could literally bring them up here on stage, and they could tell you, the first thing I would say is, I need you. Like, I want to, like, a lot of times we like to show up and, like, we rehearse what we're going to say and, like, oh, okay, well, we can't, like, we got to, here's my expertise and here's my thing and here's my, well, if we all could do, I mean, we wouldn't need each other. We all would be sitting hefty and wealthy. But hyper, get to a place truly in your heart, not just saying it, but where you, like, we're only you and God. No. And it, like, I am in a place where I just want to be hyper interdependent. Like, we have to rely on each other on that type of level when we're with the people that you're working with and working together with. When you feel like that, like, I don't move without this. Like, I would never do something with Future in Color and not involve the many people that helped to build the foundation of it, regardless of what they're doing. I have this one person, and her name is Blanca Catalina Garcia. I love her to death. She moved from Atlanta. She moved to Florida. Her husband got a job at a university down there. And I call her like once a month. And I'm like, hey, Blanca. She's like, hey, Lakeisha. And so she told me, she was just going through it with her family, transitioning. But I promised her, I said, as Future in Color's building, I will not forget you. Like, I don't care what you're doing, you're in some form of way. I don't care if I'm getting, from nagging. So she always, one day she started crying. She said, I don't know, like, I did not believe you, but, like, you truly, like, reach out, you make sure, because I never want somebody, but that hyper interdependent, because when I was at that point where I didn't know what to do, she created decks. She took my words. She spent hours on the phone with me when my kids were running around, and she wrote my thoughts down, because that's one of her gifts. I will never forget that, because I was hyper interdependent on her at that time. And so we just have to show up in that way, constantly.
Yeah, it's a good point. I love that story. So as I'm launching this business, and it was my idea, it was my brainchild, 30 years in the business, and I called this woman to be my head operations, and she goes, should I put that I co-founded the company with you? And I had a moment. I was like, hell no. And I was like, you know what? I said, we look stronger together. I said, yeah. I said, we're co-founders. Now, I know that I did it, but the point is that if we're not caught up in our title, and we know that we're protected by paperwork based on the percentage of the company that I own and you own, what does it matter? If we're stronger together. So I think we have to understand, one, we can't do it by ourselves. Collaboration means that a group of people come together and we're stronger together, right? So you can't get caught up because you've never had anything that you don't want to give a little bit away. And our history, that's why I said our community isn't graduating. we're in this perpetual cycle of not getting what we're worth. And it's because we don't want to open up the door because we're so scarred that we're scared to let people in. Even when we vetted them and know them and the Lord showed up and told us they're okay, we want to hold on because we've never had anything. And so I say we're worthy just because we are here. We know our value. You don't get to dictate what I'm worth. And I got caught up in a moment that I needed the world to know that I co-founded, that I founded it, that I this. But I was like, I don't need the world to know. I know what I'm going to be blessed with because I know who I am. And so don't you get caught up in the same foolishness. Amen.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Brian Adam with the San Francisco Department of Technology. I guess I had a follow-up question to some things that Lakeisha mentioned regarding, I guess, finding out what minority-owned businesses kind of needed. When they started those businesses, what was the dollar amount that they needed to kind of test their business model and get their customers? Mm-hmm. And I guess what I was wondering is, what can we do? How can we convince policymakers, voters, to kind of support services or grants that are no strings attached, so we can just give businesses or people what they need to make things happen rather than jumping through X number of hoops?
Mm-hmm. I would say, and you said, what did you work for the Department of Technology? I would challenge you to go back to your department and to shift the way that you guys are looking at supporting minority businesses. So not giving money without strings attached, but again, how can we create more opportunities for wealth creation, access to wealth creation tools? So for instance, looking at the department and looking at the business model and the plans that you guys, if you have 3, 5, 10-year, 15, 20-year plan, starting at the root of it. Because a lot of times what we get is Band-Aids from organizations, right? All good intentions, right? Like we want to figure out how do we give, and I could give you an answer and I can run down some things for you. But what's more sustainable for our community in terms of support and what our future generations need is for you guys to rethink your entire business model and process and to spend time with entrepreneurs, talking to them, going back to customer discovery. So I would challenge agencies to do the same thing. Data's great and like the research we did is good, but things are changing so rapidly right now. And you also have to look at geographic location. And so I would just look at how you guys are doing things and how can we just, I'm a disruptor, how can we disrupt this and to center those people in our process? Because I guarantee you, if you look underneath the hood, you're providing supports and giving support to entrepreneurs, but they're not centered in the way that the Department of Technology operates. If the future is color, and those statistics that I stated earlier about 2045 and 2050, then the Department of Technology should be thinking about what is our plan for 2045 for this new majority. Our entire department and our plan should be wrapped around this community. And how does that shift and change what we're doing today?
So that's, listen, my daughter says that my husband's the smartest person. I'm the queen of hustle. So I'll take that title. So what I would say is this, like to me, to understand that it only takes $25,000 to get a minority business up and running is such an amazing opportunity because now we know the data. And people don't even want to visit the city of San Francisco because they think it's being run over by crime. And like the stories are, like I live in New York, they're like, you going to San Francisco? I was like, yo, I'm from there, don't talk about that. But what an amazing story to take a piece of data, $25,000, when you already have money sitting there and you're funding in a different model. So you take it, you have an opportunity to do something different, to see it, but you get an amazing story that maybe might want me to come, I might want to come visit here. Maybe I even want to start a business because you're doing something different because you sat in a room and got some data, you took it back to David. Did you know it only takes $25,000 for an entrepreneur based on a black woman who started some company about the GDP? We didn't even know they even knew what that meant. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? So there's an opportunity to be creative, but to get goodwill from a marketing perspective that makes your entire city look better based on a community that elected the last president. So it's how you spin the story. It's how you take the data back to tables if you have some power or you have somebody's ear and spin that to create something new and good and get goodwill out of it. That's the point of this conversation today.
You know what? I think that a lot of the times that's where we get stuck. Like what we like that this conversation that just happened, because I was talking about the root, ripping it up from the root, which absolutely has to happen. But you were talking about, like, what can you do now? Because we know you have a job to do and that the people you work with may not think like you, right? And they might not have the heart that you have. And you may only be there for a limited time. And so, or the information. So how do we get things done, but at the same time still addressing the root cause? And so to me, agencies, you know, that are supporting, like, we need to have more of these, because this is where it gets stuck, I think, a lot of the times, because you have some people on one side saying, you know, equity, and we need to, you know, tear up the whole root thing, and then you have others putting Band-Aids on things and always just spend it, but instead, it should be a very strategic and intentional plan, and you're what I call a champion. Right, and so we had something that we did for years called the Champion Report, and you found that also in that data we did was that entrepreneurs could not identify a organization that really supported them. It was never the organization or the agency. It was a person that worked there, and they followed that person wherever they worked, and that's who helped them to sustain. So it is the champions, to your point, that can make that happen. But the champion also has to make sure that you're also a part of that root causes and tearing up those roots and learning how, like, to your point, to spin it, how to do that, plant those seeds and get that done. That's an art and a science. I think that we have.
All right, we have one quick question and we got a hard stop.
Okay, so I was listening to your response, Chantel Herndon, very nice to meet you, about the sister who said, I'm gonna be a founder with you. What if you're in a situation that's a little different? Kind of, you've been championing along a business for a period of time, and when you come and say, well, I want a contract, I want to be recognized, I deserve a title, and the response is, you've got social capital. You've been along on this ship with me, so that should be enough. Right. How do you then turn around and say, it's more than just that to me?
Yeah. I would say that everything you learn, start your own business, be their competition. Okay, Michelle, stop it. So
I knew she was gonna give an Oakland response.
Listen, you know, we pray for signs, we pray for discernment, we pray to understand the situation, and it's given to us, and we still question, why are we there? We still question why we're giving people something and they give us nothing in return, because we don't understand our own value. And when people show you who they are, we do what? We listen. No, we literally listen and we thank them. So I have been in situations where I've given so much and so much and so much, and I'm begging to be seen, I'm begging to be compensated, I'm begging for parity. And when I realized that I'm Michelle B., a daughter of the Most High, I had enough courage and information to do it myself. I'm telling you right now, like, I don't know the situation, but if you have to sit here and ask the question, that person's not sitting there talking about, should I really give this person what they're worth? They're on moving their merry way. And so I would say, you're an A student, you sat up front, you've been taking notes. I can see how you move and shake. You know, listen, you get people's attention when you walk in the room. Stop begging for crumbs. Stop trying to hang on to people's shadow. And now be smart about it, right? You don't just jump and get mad like I did and got fired. Don't do that. You know what I mean? But sis, it's time, because you wouldn't be sitting here in this open room asking that question if it weren't. And now you got a sisterhood here. You can bounce ideas by us, and you could talk to us, and we really mean that. Like, you can't keep calling. You know what I'm saying? But you get at least 1 or 2 calls. You know what I mean? Anyway.
I'm good for a strong text.
Exactly. All day. I respond all day. Phone calls is tough.
I have little ones. I always tell people, you can text me like crazy, you know, because I get to look at it at my leisure. But, like, I don't, you know, that don't bother me, right? Yeah, so I'm going to look, but I'm definitely going to respond. I'm always going to respond.
I shouldn't even have the last
I want to look, black folks will always be telling you what you need to do. Or should I say elders? I don't know, because they may not want to be. I want to take it back to where Michelle started. So everybody was here, raising your hand in a pledge. And I think what, you know, and I don't know if Saida wants to speak to this as well. I think we are always saying, like, let me take it all the way back, right? So I started my career as a kindergarten teacher in private school. And I realized in those spaces that I had access to things that I never had access to as a student growing up in Oakland public school. And so I made it a determination that the things that I had access to as a teacher in private school, I wanted to make sure that the kids, I worked in Pack Heights, I lived in Fillmore, and I was like, I want to make sure that the kids that are in the neighborhood where I live have similar experiences as the students where I work. And so when we come into these spaces like this, it may not seem like a big deal to folks, but it is not normal necessarily for the city to say we're going to put on something like this that is free of charge and that is about like helping people build their wealth. So I say all of that to say, like, we pull these together. First and foremost, I will say on a selfish level, I do it because I think these folks are amazing, and whether you know it or not, like, Google them. They are in rooms and spaces connecting and rubbing elbows and having conversations with the folks that many of us may not aspire to be, but aspire to be like, right? And when I say like, I don't mean like their character. I mean that the things that they have access to. And so I want to make sure that when we do these things like this, I'm not necessarily saying, like, I'm going to come to you next year and you have to tell me how much money you made after you came to this event. But I want you to be able to say, what was the impact on me? And that ultimately, when you all are impacted, it impacts community. So I was looking over something the other day, and I'm going to, like, really go off on, like, a tangent, but it connects. So I was reading Pedagogy of the Oppressed the other day. And he talks about the dehumanizing effort, right, where we get people in a place where they just get locked into doing the same thing over and over again, right? And that I can, in some ways, even in that instance, make you think like you're moving in a different way. But really, I still have created, as a teacher, something where, you know, you think you raised your hand and you just want to ask a question. But basically, I set the foundation for you to know the rule is to raise your hand in order to be called on, right? So you're following a system of oppression in a way where you don't get to speak up. And that the question you're going to ask, you are wanting to ask a question that when after you say it, I go, good question, right? That we're always still moving towards that. And so the question that I have for you all today is like, how are you going to disrupt the system, right? And sometimes I see Siobhan here. Sometimes your disruption is a problem for me, but I ain't mad at you, right? Like, do you, right? Because that's the whole point of it. That's the point of Pedagogy of the Oppressed, is that it is not supposed, if you do something that's a disruption and I'm cool with it, then probably chances are you're not really doing a lot of disruption, right? And so part of this today, part of why we are here is like, what are you going to do? This is not about like, just sitting here writing notes that next week you're going to be like, what was that thing I went to last week? Too often we do that. So the question is, and I'm going to ask you all before we break out, like, look to somebody and actually say, what is the thing that you are going to do, right? Whether it's personal, whether it is communal, whether it is about, like, disrupting the system, or just saying, I'm going to get up a little bit earlier every day and write a plan of action. Like, what is the thing that you're going to do? Because at the end of it, we can complain all we want to, but if we as individuals are not contributing to a change, then you can't complain about what everybody else is not doing. So I just want to make sure that before we leave here today, that you actually, and so this is what studies show, research and development has proven that if you write something down, you are more likely to do it. If you say something out loud to somebody else, you are more likely to do it. So I'm asking you to do 3 things before we break out and close out here. 1, I'm asking you to write down what is the one thing that you are going to do, right? That is building on whatever happened here today. And maybe it's as simple as Googling something, or maybe it's as simple as building a network and leaving here with somebody's phone number or email address, right? So what's the one thing you're going to do? Then I want you to write it down. I want you to say it to somebody else, and then I want you to say it to yourself. Because all too often, like, we are ashamed or afraid to like speak things, and we've done this with young people where we're like, do something, tell us what your name, who you are, and what makes you special. And we have created a space where we are almost afraid to say what makes us special. Because we don't want somebody else to say, oh, that ain't nothing, or you ain't nothing. But take a moment, write it down, tell someone, and tell yourself. And I'm going to give you like 2 minutes, and there's enough people in here for everybody to say it to somebody else, right? Like, that is the pledge in action. And again, give it up for Michelle and Lakeisha. So you got 2 minutes, and then Chair Klopp is going to close us out. And then there's a bunch of snacks back there, so I see all y'all getting up. I ain't even put up the church finger. Just got up, Eddie. Just got up. There are snacks and stuff in the back, and please take that bread, because if it's still there at the end, I know I'm going to eat it. So please, not all of it.
I just wanted to add one more thing. I know there's not only black people in this room. I just wanted to call this out. And when we say the future is color, and how do we realize that? So one of the things is that we don't have the conversations amongst our communities of color about our lived experiences. So I know all of us are sitting here and everybody's been listening, but their feelings, their emotions, there are stereotypes, there are things that we don't understand about one another. And so we can't, and I just wanted to, I don't know what just moved me to say that, but because I'm looking out and I'm seeing people, and so this is not just a black issue, right? Or not just work for black people to do. Like when we say the future is color, it is all of us. And so one of the things we have to start doing is recognizing and holding space and honoring each other's lived experiences. Black people are not one type of people. Latino people are not one type of people. So I would just encourage you guys, like within this room as well, before you leave here, or when you go out and about, is just take time, like when we talk about authenticity and building relationships. That doesn't mean just black relationships or just that, but show up and be authentic and honor people's lived experiences. And if you don't understand it, ask the right questions.
So I'm going to go ahead and let the chair close us out. Just 2 more things. So there is day 2 tomorrow is at SF Jazz Center. And then please, if you haven't, like, we're planning a lovely mixer, food, all of that at City Hall right after the SF Jazz Center. And then tonight, for folks who are interested, HRC folks can raise their hands. We still have some community seats and tickets available for folks if you are interested in Nicole Hannah-Jones this evening. You just need to let us know ASAP because we have to put the names on a list. So thank you all so much. I want to have the chair close us out.
So I want to begin by bringing us all back to gratitude and being appreciative and valuing the incredible Dr. Cheryl Davis. I think she deserves some foot stomping, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Hand waving, all that, because she's amazing. And the Human Rights Commission staff are scattered about. If you could each one stand, please. Please stand. They are amazing, one and all, and appreciate and be grateful. Because gratitude is truly the key to contentment. Now, you might not be happy, because that's overrated in our society, right? Just like we're over-pathologized and over-medicated. But, but being grateful is an amazing balm for us. We've heard a lot of different things. We've learned a lot. But I want to close us out with gratitude and acknowledgement. To acknowledge our ancestors means we are aware that we did not make ourselves. We remember them because it is an easy thing to forget that we are not the first to suffer, rebel, fight, love, and die. That's from our living saint, Alice Walker, who's right here in the Bay Area with us. Struggle is a never-ending process. Freedom is never really won. You earn it and win it in every generation. Coretta Scott King. Our reparations committee for African American reparations here in San Francisco developed an ancestral acknowledgement that goes as follows. We honor the gifts, resilience, and sacrifices of our Black ancestors, particularly those who toiled the land and built the institutions that established this city's wealth and freedom, despite never being compensated nor fully realizing their own sovereignty. We acknowledge this exploitation of not only labor, but of our humanity, and through this process, we are working to repair some of the harms done by public and private actors. Because of their work, we are here and will invest in the descendants of their legacy. Lakeisha talked about the beautiful mosaic of participants today. I want to reiterate that anti-Black racism is deep. It's fundamental to American institutions. Anti-Black racism is deep. And what everyone in this room can do is love themselves and acknowledge their deep anti-Black racism. And that includes all of us who identify ourselves as Black people. We remember our ancestral entrepreneurs as we talk about a pathway to parity. Mary Ellen Pleasant, William Leadsdorf, and in the 20th century, the Bell family. If you know, you know. What did we learn today? What are you writing down? There's a neurolinguistic connection. Follow Dr. Davis's plan. What did we hear? Hyper-independency, collaboration. Stay silent until you have secured the bag. I heard that 3 or 4 times. Customer discovery, design theory. We have enough, we live in abundance. Overcoming poverty as a personality. Intellectual property is property, it's wealth. Social capital, networking, community, relationship building. Be honest, be authentic, take care of yourself, be well, be grateful. Thank you all so much. We get